Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Earlier this year, Foundations for Tomorrow sent me their Awareness for Action report, which captured over 10,000 young Australian voices, providing an insight into critical issues for young people. The results of this report were confronting. Only 4% of young Australians have absolute confidence in our approach to solving global challenges, with 60% feeling uncertain about the future. When young people were asked what traits would enable them to put their trust in leaders, they identified proactive action, increased sustainability and improved transparency. And while these findings indicate a trust deficit amongst young Australians, it also provides insight into how the situation may be rectified. Our young voices are diverse and perceptive. It's time they be heard. Many Australians remain underrepresented in our parliament, especially young people, and I believe that until they see themselves in our chambers, we will struggle to rebuild this trust. This group embodies the future of Australia. It is our responsibility to encourage their engagement and their shaping of it. To achieve this goal, I joined with the Raise Our Voice campaign, which strives to amplify young voices, offering a platform on which to lead conversations in domestic and foreign policy. This year, participants were asked to submit a 90-second speech in response to the question, what should Australia's new parliament accomplish? In Mayo, I received 5 distinctive entries, and I felt each warranted recognition. 15-year-old Addison discussed sexual assault, identifying failures in our justice system and the need for greater action. 11-year-old Denver argued convincingly for the construction of an Adelaide cricket ground. 17-year-old Thomas spoke of the future in which issues of oppression and coercion are brought into the spotlight, with similar views presented by 11-year-old Hudson, who spoke about increasing awareness of racism and remembering that all humans, no matter what race you are, we are all humans. Finally, 16-year-old Daniel shared an excerpt from his poem about climate action, and he wrote to me, I gaze with sorrow, for I know what comes tomorrow, water, wind and fire, of which she warned them would follow. I must say it is a privilege, Mr Speaker, to talk with young people and to engage with young people in our community. And I don't know about other members in this chamber, but certainly when I talk to young people in my community, I feel immense hope for tomorrow. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Mayo for a contribution, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too am reading a few statements from the young people within my electorate, Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of Raise Our Voice Australia. Their aim is to amplify diverse young voices to actively lead conversations in politics, domestic and foreign policy. First one is from Una Cho. Deputy Speaker, I am a 14-year-old student from the Bennelong electorate. I'm one of many lucky people living in this country, being able to proudly call myself Australian despite my foreign heritage. People from all around the globe are able to call Australia their home, and despite our accepting society, it would be an overstatement to say that everyone in our country is treated equally. Racial prejudice is still apparent in our society today. Our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people still have to deal with racism, and our migrants and refugees still fear their contribution to our larger community. Australia is a socially developed country when it comes to multicultural diversity. However, we can still achieve more. I wish to see Australia as a unified, patriotic nation. I wish for our new Australian Parliament to proudly represent our nation to become stronger and a more harmonious nation. Every single Australian should be proud of our beautiful land, our people, our cultures and our differences, which makes us all unique yet unified at the same time. The leaders of our country should show us what it means to be an Australian and represent our country with pride. I hope our new Australian Parliament will help us build the country we all love. Second speech is from Patrick. Deputy Speaker, I'm 19. I work full-time and I live in Bennelong. Housing in this country is broken. Young people like myself are going to auctions only to find themselves outbid by someone who already owns 2, 3 or 4 houses, meanwhile pushing up the price of housing and making it harder for young people like myself to enter the market. Why is this happening? A good place for the new Parliament to start would be by examining the merits behind giving public money to people who are fortunate enough to already own multiple houses and using it as a tax dodge to write off the loss should they choose to invest by buying up further supply in the housing market. As a result, the cost of rent and property values go up and up and up. And one of the key things the new parliament could do would be invest in nation-building projects like public housing. If we invested in public housing, we would not only create thousands of new jobs and opportunities for young people through apprenticeships, we would also help reduce inequality and crucially bring down rents for everyone else. It gives me great pleasure to read these two speeches on behalf of young people in my electorate. I encourage as many young people as possible to be engaged in politics, to reach out to their MPs, and maybe they too can have a speech read out here in Parliament on their behalf. We don't necessarily have to agree with everyone, but a conversation is incredibly important. And I thank Patrick and Una for their contribution in this Parliament. Thank you.
I thank the member for Bennelong and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to stand here during Youth Voice in Parliament Week to present a speech written by 14-year-old Joshua Patrick from Northern, which is in the great electorate of Durack. I was very impressed by Joshua's understanding of some of the key issues affecting regional and remote Western Australia. I truly appreciate the effort that he has gone to ensure that his experience is heard. This is what Joshua wrote. Having personally had lived experience or had those in my immediate family experiencing disability, caring role and accompanying poverty, complex medical issues and unnecessary health system battles, the inherent isolation and diminished opportunities for those living in regional and remote WA, and domestic violence and sexual abuse, I am well placed to comment on what the new Parliament should achieve. I am also a passionate, creative experimenter in the realm of affordable, achievable, sustainable environmental practices and solutions. The recommendations I would prioritise are as follows: a more flexible, long-term, future-proofing and individualised approach to disability funding disbursement, an increase in the carers' pension for families who find themselves suddenly thrust into a caring role where the sole or primary breadwinner must necessarily immediately cease work, with a fraction of the income required to cover fundamental living expenses plus additional medical expenses, travel, parking, etc. Greater holistic support services such as treatment options and in-home care for those suffering chronic or complex health conditions and their families and carers. A greater range of educational and recreational opportunities for young people living in remote or regional WA to provide equal chances for those equally as gifted as their metropolitan counterparts to succeed academically, as well as equal opportunities for geographically disadvantaged young people to excel in the sporting arena. More prompt validation and action when victims of domestic violence, particularly vulnerable and single mothers, disclose or give cause to suspect domestic violence or abuse. Finally, continued and increased support for schemes to encourage and provide resources for young people with the intelligence, passion, drive, energy, opportunity and creativity to come up with the solutions, suggestions or proposals that may prompt society to stop living so unsustainably, whether larger or smaller scale ideas such as the Water Corporation's Think Tank Challenge, which I am a finalist. I hope you will see that I am well placed to make the above recommendations knowledgeably and from a position of rare and unique insight due to the diverse range of life circumstances I have personally experienced in my life. That's the end of Joshua's speech. Thank you, Joshua, very much for your incredibly thoughtful contribution. I look forward to meeting you soon in Northam to discuss your priorities further.
I thank the member and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was very pleased last week to learn that up to 10 local sporting community clubs in my electorate will share a total of $5,498,083 to assist with flood recovery. Last week, the Australian and Queensland state governments announced that 200 sites across 20 local government areas are set to benefit from $75 million in joint Australian and Queensland government funding in response to the major flooding and severe rainfall that has occurred since late 2021. I know that local state members Mark Bailey, the member for Miller, Peter Russo, the member for Toohey, and Jess Pugh, the member for Mount Omni, are also pleased to hear this good news. As elected representatives, we know how important local sporting clubs are for our communities. Local clubs provide enormous social benefits. Most of them provide a fair, safe and inclusive environment for children and young adults to have an enjoyable and healthy sporting experience. And sport has enormous health and social benefits. It helps children keep fit. It teaches children the importance of teamwork and winning and losing. And anyone who wants a game gets a go. The best thing is that these funds will mean that clubs will be repaired, rebuilt and strengthened through the Community and Recreational Assets Recovery and Resilience Program and the Sport and Recreation Recovery Grant Program. Both programs are funded under the Disaster Recovery funding arrangements. This funding will help my local clubs re-establish operations and better cope with future severe weather. Many clubs like Brothers St Brendan's in Rocklea and the Brisbane South District Cricket Club were hit badly by the floods in 2011 and had to rebuild and then gutted again when it rained in February this year. These clubhouses, change rooms, playing fields and other important community assets are fundamental to volunteers delivering sport and active recreation opportunities in my community. So congratulations to the Sherwood Magpies, the Brisbane Rugby League Referees Association, the Queensland Gaelic Football, South Brisbane District Cricket Club, Western Districts Netball, Corinda Horse and Pony Club, Brothers St Brendan's, AFL Queensland, Oxley Rowing Club and the Carrington Boating Club Corinda for each securing much needed funding. I know our clubs are grateful for the funding. They've already emailed my office, many of them. Many of them have limited means to fundraise for the money needed for the damage from the floods and rain, so these funds being distributed will be a great help. These projects will obviously also create jobs for local contractors whose work will directly support their communities. Funds from these joint Commonwealth and state grants will help our clubs get back on their feet and better cope with the future severe weather events that we know are coming more and more often. So I, along with the state members, look forward to seeing these projects completed and the Moreton clubs back up and running and better protected.
I thank the member and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Saturday, November the 19th, was International Men's Day, a day that's very important to recognise the valuable contribution and the fundamental role that men play in society. It also gives us a chance to explain and teach and mentor our young up-and-coming men the importance of treating women with dignity and respect and also letting them be the best men they can possibly be. On Friday, November the 18th, an event was hosted at Oceans International where over 120 people came, men, women and our youths came and had a fantastic morning. It also coincided with our 2022 Mackay Man of the Year Award, and I'm pleased to announce that Kieran Horsfall was a successful member who actually became Mackay Man of the Year. He is a senior constable in Queensland Police Force, one of Queensland's finest, but he's also a father, a husband and a mentor to many of Mackay's youth. He does an amazing job mentoring these young folk almost every day. He's instrumental in Project Booyah. So Project Booyah is where some of these young men have got themselves on the wrong side of the tracks, but he sits down with them, has the discussions and brings them right back. And I'm proud to say, at the breakfast, there was a young man there who had experienced a bit of a sketchy past, but through the help of Kieran, brought him back on track, and now he's got gainful employment and actually going very, very well. There was also two runner-ups, Cole Benson and Bill Lansbury. Cole is a retired serviceman. He looks after the Air Force Memorial down at Bakers Creek and can always be found at all the events, whether it be Remembrance Day, Anzac Day, where he is constantly helping the community. And Bill Lansbury, a husband, a father, a long-time Rotarian, and is involved in many charities throughout Mackay. And Frank Cowell organised this event with him and his committee, Councillor Fran Mann, Councillor Belinda Hassan, ex-CEO of RACQ CQ Rescue, Ian Rowan. He is also Mackay Citizen of the Year. And he's instrumental in Shed Happens. Now, Shed Happens is where people can go and have a cup of coffee, sit down and talk about blokes' issues. So well done to Frank. Blokes on average make up 7 out of 9 suicides in Australia, and that is just an unforgiving statistic. We need to look after our men. We need to look after our boys. Well done, Frank Powell.
I thank the
and your
member,
team.
and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. The Hunt has produced some outstanding sports people in the past, and it's important that we have the support for the next crop of our local sporting talent. Unfortunately, succeeding in sport doesn't just take talent and determination. Parents also have to put their hands in their pocket to get their kids to competitions. The local Sporting Champions program provides financial assistance to young people to compete, coach or umpire in their chosen sport. Sport is important in the development of young people. It teaches them lifelong skills like teamwork, keeps them fit and healthy, and allows them to excel in something they love and enjoy. Congratulations to our recent sporting champs, Elia Kilroy, who competed at the National Youth Football Championships, Cameron Gawn, who competed at the School Sports Australian Swimming Champs, Isaac Elson, Zach Nichols and Eddie Westphal, who competed in the New South Wales Combined High School Sports Association Secondary Boys Tennis Championships, Ella and Sophie Fairhall and Zane Burke, who competed at the Australian Cycling National Championships, Ethan Williams, who competed at the Australian All Schools Track and Field Championships, Harrison Priest, who competed at the School Sports Australian 12 and Under National Golf Champs, Kobe Kadu, who competed at the Australian School Sports Championships in Lawn Bowls, Liam Mackenzie Smith and Michaela Grace Fenwick, who competed in the Australian Interschool Equestrian Championships, Riley Burgess and Nat Eberbeck, who competed at the Australian Junior Motocross Championships, Tom Brum, who competed at the National Ice Hockey Championships, and Jacob Thompson, who competed at the Virtuous Oceania Asia Games in swimming. These games were recently delivered by Sports Inclusion Australia in Brisbane, with hundreds of competitors from over 25 nations. These games are an international multi-sport competition. Jacob Thompson, who was one of 41 strong swimming team selected by Sports Inclusion Australia to represent Australia. Jacob took home gold in 4 gold medals in the 50-metre freestyle, 50-metre backstroke, 50-metre butterfly and 100-metre freestyle, and also a silver medal in the 50-metre breaststroke. Jacob is now working towards selection for the Global Games, which will be held in Vichy, France in June 2023. Congratulations, Jacob, and keep up the work and training. I wish you all the success into the future. Without the help from these sporting grants, sometimes these kids can't get to achieve what they really want to. So thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Jacob. And I call the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The failure of the federal Labor government to deliver on their infrastructure commitments in Capricornia has been front and centre over the past couple of weeks. The federal funding for the Rockhampton Ring Road being scrapped and delayed for the foreseeable future, with cost blowouts given as the reason. The City of Rockhampton has an estimated 2,600 trucks carrying freight that pass through 23 sets of traffic lights daily, yet we are the only city on the eastern coast of Australia without a bypass or a ring road. Motorists must drive over one of 2 bridges. The first is the old bridge, opened in 1952, and the second is the new bridge, built in 1980. Heavy vehicles are restricted to limited hours of access to travel over the old bridge. Construction was due to begin in early 2023, following years of planning and anticipation by local stakeholders and government. Business owners within my electorate of Capricornia have invested their hard-earned money into equipment and their time into training staff in preparation for the work to begin. They have received a low and painful blow following the announcement that the project will be delayed. The excuse for this delay, offered by the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, is the blowout in material and construction costs from $1 billion to $1.7 billion. Projects have seen their costs blow out before. It's a tale as old as time. But why is Rockhampton being unfairly targeted, and why has the Ring Road been the only one delayed? If the project is delayed, prices are only going to go up. The factors negatively affecting the project are not going to magically disappear in 3 years. The Queensland Labor Government and the Federal Labor Government are also in league with each other to push the people of Netherdale and Youngla out of their homes. The Pioneer Valley Burdekin Pumped Hydro Project stands to evict residents on over 70 properties. Deputy Speaker, do you know how the community found out that their homes were going to be resumed and flooded? It was through media reports and media releases. There was no consultation and no notice given to the hard-working families who call those areas home. This was a disgusting betrayal of trust. The Federal Labor Government is aiding this land grab by pledging $32 million to help the Queensland Government find alternative water projects. Why on earth would they do that when Urannah Dam was ready to go? Urannah Dam, a project that I support and fought hard to get $483 million in federal funding, was axed in October's budget. It was ready to go after jumping through regulatory hoops for years. Deputy Speaker, actions speak louder than words, and the actions of this federal Labor government have only confirmed the lack of value and importance they place on the regional, rural and remote communities of Australia, which are the backbone of this great nation. The Albanese government has grossly underestimated the force and capacity of the community of Capricornia. We will not take this lying down, and I will fight every day to see the funding for these important projects be restored. Thank you.
I thank the member and I call the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, older Australians have worked hard their entire lives, making a significant contribution to our nation and its prosperity. And older Australians need to know that they will, in their older years, be supported. And I am so proud to be part of a government that in this latest budget has taken action to, of course, support older Australians, whether that is through improving and enacting the recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care, or indeed taking action on responsible cost of living reforms for older Australians. This has been welcomed by many locals in my electorate, and I'd like to thank Sharon from Seaford Mellows for her encouragement. She sent me a message saying, expressing her thanks for all the hard work our government's been doing, particularly in supporting older Australians. I'm pleased that we are delivering on our commitment to Australians like Sharon, and we have introduced a comprehensive seniors package, not only as I've spoken about aged care, but also to reduce the cost of living. Particularly, I'm pleased that now the benefits of expanding the eligibility to the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card is flowing through. These important changes passed by the Parliament last month see that income limit increase to $90,000 a year for individuals and $144,000 a year for couples. So these reforms will support an additional 50,000 older Australians, and they've had a positive impact on many in my electorate, including John and Cynthia from the Reserve Retirement Village in Woodcroft, who welcome these changes, saying, "We are certainly impressed that the new guidelines for eligibility for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card came to fruition in such a short time." Now, our government continues to take actions, and there are a number of measures that I hope will be passed by the Senate this week, including changes to support pensioners to downsize their home, and of course the one-off credit to the Working Bonus Income Bank, which is before the Senate now. This builds on, of course, our freeze to the current social security deeming rates for 2 years that come as a real relief for many pensioners as the cost of living increases. These reforms have been welcomed by residents like Carol from Yukana Retirement Village in Morfett Vale, who said to me, "Thank you so much for your hard work. Congratulations. You are achieving great support for pensioners across the board." I am committed to continuing to work across government, with our government, to deliver a better outcome for older Australians, and that commitment will continue to show through.
I thank the minister and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of the families and retirees of Fisher who are fed up with this Labor government. They're fed up with the smoke and mirrors and broken promises. After 6 months in office, Labor have demonstrated that their priorities are entirely out of whack. They'd rather fund climate warrior training programs than build a Veterans Wellbeing Centre in South East Queensland. They're out of their depth, chopping and changing, dithering and delaying on cyber security and energy affordability. And after 6 months in office, it's clear that they're out of touch with the Australian people. In their latest egregious betrayal of trust, this Labor government have broken their promise on franking credits. Before the election, both the Prime Minister and the Treasurer promised Australian retirees and investors that there'd be no changes to franking credits. On the 4th of March 2022, the Prime Minister promised Perth radio listeners that when it came to franking credits, Labor are not touching them. Just weeks later, he told the ABC that Labor won't have any changes to the franking credits regime. Yet, lo and behold, in the federal budget in October, Labor, in a very sneaky way, included a change to the franking system designed to eliminate the payment of franked dividends to Australian investors through off-market share buybacks. In the words of AFR journo Jeff Wilson, this is a complete regulatory overreach. They are an underhanded attempt to tear apart the franking system introduced by Keating in 1987. Brian from Pelican Waters in my electorate is worried about the impact of these changes on his livelihood in a time of economic uncertainty. Kevin from Bedina calls this latest move an act of bad faith. Ken and Henry from Montville feel that it's an unfair burden on those who've worked so hard to fund their retirement. And they're right. This $550 million tax grab doesn't hide the fact that Labor has no plan for our economy. When Bill Shorten was the opposition leader, they lost the 2019 election in part because of what they came out, at least the member for Maribyrnong had the decency to come out and tell the Australian people what their policies on franking credits were going to be. Part of the reason why they lost the 2019 election. But at least as the opposition leader, the member for Maribyrnong had the decency and the intestinal fortitude to come out and tell Australians what the Labor Party were going to do should they win government. This time, they were absolutely mute and in fact denied they were going to make any changes. But that is exactly what they've done this time around. Shame on them. This government has no plan and no idea, and it is out of touch with everyday Australians.
I thank the member and I call the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to acknowledge all things local. In this instance, the achievements of a favourite and adored community event in my electorate of Pearce, the annual Wanneroo Agricultural Show, which took place over the weekend. The show is a much-loved event and highly regarded, and began in 1909. It's an event which showcases all things local, our local produce, land that was worked from our pioneering spirit many years ago, the land that is now becoming one of the fastest and largest growing areas in Australia. And with that, the growers, the horticulture, are now known as the best growers in the land, effectively, in my community of Pearce. We are very, very proud of them and incredibly protective. The industries which can contribute significantly to our economy of West Australia and the nation are often local, arising from local business, that local passion, that local commitment. And in Western Australia's largest regional agricultural show, I would like to acknowledge what they give back to the community, and that is a lot of entertainment over a few days, but also what they donate to local organisations. The local Wanneroo Volunteer Fire Brigade, they were recipients of a grant donation arising from the Wanneroo show. This is something that's just an example. Also, the Riding for the Disabled, the Capricorn Riding for the Disabled, which is another local organisation, which provides opportunities for those with a disability to get to know horses and ride horses. All of these things that the Wanneroo Agricultural Show provides for local communities is exemplary. They have many different organisations that display, whether it's a local historical society, whether it's the local schools where they dance, where their bands play. Everybody works towards the annual show. It's something that is a showcase of everybody's achievements over the year. And I would also like to acknowledge President Michael Aspinall and his hard-working Wanneroo Agricultural Society Committee that work incredibly hard from day one right the way through to the show. They clean up, they tidy, and then they start again for the next show. This dedication and commitment really conveys that community spirit and is something that in my electorate of Pearce we are incredibly proud of. It underpins the values of our pioneers, those who worked incredibly hard to really work the land and showcase And that pride is something that I can't emphasise. I've probably been a little bit repetitive in my comments, but it is, and it's right, wholeheartedly, resoundingly successful around the community. And I stand here in support of everything they do, and I wish them continued success. And thank you wholeheartedly to all of the committee, all of the volunteers that work really hard to ensure that this is brought to our community for everybody's enjoyment. And thank you.
I thank the member. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Appropriation Bill number 1, 2022-2023, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the Federation Chamber that it has been agreed that a general debate will be allowed covering the bill and the 2 related appropriation bills. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Lingiari in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We know how important this budget is for people all over Australia, but I can tell you it is particularly incredible for the people of Lingiari. This budget represents the largest federal government investment in the Northern Territory in a long, long time. $2.5 billion will flow into the Territory, building critical infrastructure, supporting major projects and providing better livelihoods for Territorians. This funding will have tangible impacts on the ground and will go a long way in addressing much-needed social and economic challenges. One key area this funding will go towards, Deputy Speaker, is our roads. Anyone who knows the Territory knows how important our roads are. Roads are how we connect to our communities, our bush. They're how we make sure our supply lines are strong and that food, petrol and other necessities arrive on time. Good roads mean we can build our regional economies and lead to employment opportunities and better access to jobs. Good roads, safe roads, can be the difference between life and death for people at bush. In this federal budget, $550 million in new funding was committed for our roads. Just last week, I had the privilege of travelling out to Yuendumu with the Federal Minister for Infrastructure to announce the $350 million for the sealing of the Tanami and Central Arnhem Highway. Already in the community, there is a lot of talk about how the road can lead to greater economic development, with roadhouses, petrol stations and campgrounds needed to support the many travellers along that road. I will be working very hard to make sure our communities benefit from the funding committed and are able to capture the economic benefits of this federal funding. Another $200 million will go towards the Northern Territory Strategic Roads Package, bringing the total to $332 million. Roads like the Mereenie Loop in Central Australia, the road to the Santa Teresa community or Gingerporde, where in the past a lot of dialysis patients either there were a lot of deaths where people couldn't come in, particularly into Alice Springs because of that road cut off. The Papunya and Arionga roads will all be getting much needed access roads. Our communities have for years been calling on the previous government to seal these roads, saving lives and ensuring good connectivity to our regions. Well, one of the things that I have campaigned very hard, Madam Speaker, is letting those communities know that the federal Labor government has heard their call, particularly in terms of good roads. We have listened, and I'll be working really hard to get that tar on the ground as soon as possible, and a lot of discussion both with the Northern Territory Minister, who has responsibility for making sure that those contracts and the tar gets on the ground as quickly as possible. The Federal Minister and myself have met with the Northern Territory Ministers to make sure that we can get that happening ASAP. Central Australia is a unique part of this country. It's become a melting pot of multiculturalism that is an amazing place to live and to travel to. However, after a decade of neglect from the opposition, the region has been left with immense social and economic issues. These issues have been targeted by the Labor government in this budget through a $120 million Central Australian plan, which has been delivered in collaboration with the Alice Springs Town Council. And I have to acknowledge the Mayor of Alice Springs Town Council, Matt Patterson, who worked very hard with both the coalition government and also the Labor government in opposition to make sure that Alice Springs did benefit from either government, and also the Northern Territory government. This plan and investment will provide a much-needed boost to the region through the creation of a CBD master plan and redevelopment of the CBD in Alice Springs. Upgrades in infrastructure at the Gap Youth Centre will provide the needed and necessary safe spaces for our youth to go to, and the development and construction of a national art gallery which will become a national attraction. This is an exciting time for Central Australia, and I look forward to seeing the reinvigoration of a great town that will thrive under a Labor government that doesn't forget about regions. There's also a lot of, in terms of infrastructure, $10.9 million which will go towards sporting infrastructure in a lot of our remote communities. We know that young people out in communities certainly need that infrastructure in which to keep them not only healthy but also well, but also staying in their community. There was also, I spoke about yesterday, the needed and necessary funding for homelands. We have at the moment a crisis in some of these communities with overcrowding in our communities. The homelands funding will ensure and enable those communities to be able to get people back on country, but also relieve a lot of the overcrowding that has been occurring in those communities. During the election, I did say, and the mantra was that often the Territory always does better under a Labor government. I think when we saw the investment of $2.5 billion, well, many may scoff, but when you've lived in the Territory, I'm born, I've never left the Territory, $2.5 billion investment in infrastructure, and not just any infrastructure, but in terms of road connectivity, the information technology, the mobile phones and mobile connectivity is really important in terms of this budget, particularly for when people often talk about regional Australia. This is a great budget in the Northern Territory, not just for regional communities, but it will also provide the infrastructure and needed connectivity for remote Aboriginal communities that have suffered. And I know that members opposite don't like to hear it, but they have suffered in the Northern Territory over the last 10 years under a coalition government. So it was great to see the investment from the Labor government of $2.5 billion, the biggest investment ever of any government into infrastructure into the Northern Territory. So I am proud to stand up and applaud the Labor government because those communities that are benefiting from all that needed infrastructure will certainly have been singing the praises of the government for delivering on that. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Deakin.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the appropriation bills and really comment more specifically on the budget which underpins these appropriation bills. And I think it's pretty clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, this was a stinker, an absolute shocker of a budget. And we know that it's been an absolute stinker because the Labor Party do not want to talk about this budget. The Labor Party, I think, went out to sell this budget for one morning, got a sense of the reaction from the Australian public about how they felt about this budget, and have quickly retreated and sought to talk about everything other than this budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been involved in a number of budgets as a Treasury Minister, and I have to say, when waiting for this highly anticipated budget that the government spoke about in opposition, I didn't think we would end up with something that was smaller than most MyEFOs that I have been involved in delivering over the years. Indeed, this budget is remarkable for, in one sense, what it doesn't do, which is it doesn't grasp the opportunities that we gifted them with an extremely strong economy. But it also did two very destructive things to the Australian economy. And at the moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, with rising inflation, with rising interest rates and with rising power prices, there's two things you wouldn't do in that environment. The first is you wouldn't run larger budget deficits, because for every additional dollar that the government spends is essentially a dollar that the Reserve Bank will try to take out of the economy via a higher cash rate and therefore higher mortgage rates for your average Australian. And yet we saw the final budget outcome for the 21-22 income year coming in at $100 billion better than expected, with a budget deficit of $32 billion. Extraordinary in an environment where we had lockdowns, where we suffered along with the rest of the global economy with the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. To have a $100 billion turnaround and to deliver a $32 billion deficit was extraordinary. And you would have thought that a responsible incoming government would have taken up the cudgels of that improved economic performance, that improved budgetary performance, and understood, I mean, if we had a Treasurer that understood, that you need, in this environment, not to run higher budget deficits. Instead, we got a budget deficit projected for this year of some $37 billion, higher than the deficit that was run in the middle of a pandemic. So again, for those Australians out there watching, for every additional billion that the government spends, that is $1 billion that the Reserve Bank governor has to take out of the economy via increased interest rates. So that's one. That's the first fundamental error of this budget, pouring more fuel on the fire. And then secondly, in an environment where we've got skills shortages, we've still got global supply chain issues, we've got issues with sourcing product in a whole range of sectors, and as Housing Minister in the former government, I can tell you, most acutely felt in the building industry. What's the second thing you wouldn't do in that environment? And all those factors are driving inflation, being at record highs. You wouldn't put in place industrial relations changes that are going to gum up the economy and make it even harder to do business in this country. Indeed, harder for every single mum and dad business out there to do business in this country. What will that do? That will push up inflation. So the two things you would not do, economics students sitting at university, Economics 101 at every single university, or even indeed our Year 11, 12 students who are studying economics at home, what's the one thing that they would say that you can't do? You can't place higher inflationary pressures on this economy, which is exactly what this budget has done in the two most fundamental ways. So the government has inherited an economy, the envy of the world, a budgetary position improving rapidly, and they have squandered that entirely and made the problems worse that Australians are now feeling. And what is the consequence for Australians? Well, the consequence is that your average Australian family need to find an additional $2,000 between now and Christmas for the failure of these decisions in this budget. And members of the government might think that a couple of $1,000s is loose change for them. Well, I can assure them that for the Australian families out there that have to find that extra money, whether it's to fill up your car, whether it's with the eye-watering prices that people are now facing at the supermarket, whether it's the letters that they keep getting from the bank saying your mortgage has gone up again, that is going to make this Christmas a lot harder for those families, and I think give them more uncertainty about their future and less confidence about their future. Now, the other striking aspect of this budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, was the, I think, accidental the accidental honesty of the government that one of the key planks that got them elected was false. On 97 occasions before the election, the Prime Minister and his senior ministers and backbenchers promised that they would deliver power price reductions of $275. Now, the number 275, if you go to Hansard and look it up in the House of Representatives, is not a number that you will see uttered out of the mouth of our Prime Minister. Indeed, when the Prime Minister's counting, he goes from 274 to 276. He can't say the words $275. Yet before the election, he promised Australians that's what Labor would deliver. Instead, in the budget, what did we see, Madam Deputy Speaker? We see that power prices are expected to increase by more than 50%, which I think is the experience of most Australians when they look at their bills. And Labor have a short memory. When they were making those promises, indeed, when the now Minister and then Shadow Minister, the member for McMahon, was making these promises, forgets that he was part of a government where we saw power price rises on average per annum of nearly 13% during the Rudd-Gillard government. 13% annual increases on average. Over the duration of the coalition government, between 2013 and 22, we saw average price rises of 0.3% per annum. So it's undoubted that the mismanagement, the expected policy disasters of this government is what is going to lead to energy poverty for this country. And it's clear from the budget papers that Labor themselves expect their policy decisions to impose this additional burden on households. But as importantly as households, what it's going to see, to go back to my earlier remarks, is a perfect storm for business in this country, particularly small businesses in highly competitive areas who can't just pass on price increases. They're going to have militant unions knocking on the door to make life harder, to foment distrust and conflict between them and their employees. And let's remember, in small business, and I grew up in a small business family, I can tell you the employees of the business are like family. And small business owners pay their staff first, the rent second, the suppliers third, the tax fourth, the power bills fifth, and they pay themselves last. Well, those people now will not only, as I said, have the militant unions knocking on the door, but they will be seeing massive energy price increases. When they were promised a reduction, massive increases that are going to make running their business even harder. Madam Deputy Speaker, to touch on a couple of my portfolio areas, it was very revealing in the budget to see the government's expectations and the quite grim picture that they painted about the NDIS, which is in stark contrast to what Minister Shorten said before the election. Before the election, he said, and he gave confidence to more than 500,000 NDIS participants and their families. He said to them, the scheme is sustainable as it is, and anyone who talks about sustainability, particularly those nasty Liberals, well, they just want to undermine the scheme. He also said, and had people believing, that no plan would ever go backwards under his watch, that some utopia was going to arrive when the great minister took the helm of the NDIS. And now what do we see? We see them backpedalling at 1,000,000 miles an hour, trying to set the scene, because we've now got the minister saying, actually, I was wrong. I was wrong. Perhaps there are some sustainability issues. Perhaps there are cost increases that need to be managed. And now he's blaming the states. He's out there saying, well, the states have got to pick up more responsibility. It was him when he was a minister in the Rudd-Gillard government who got completely outplayed by the states, who completely outplayed him and the Prime Minister at the time to ensure that, largely speaking, the state's contribution to the NDIS is capped and managed, and who picks up all the upside? It's the Commonwealth. So thank you, Minister Shorten, for delivering that core problem which you are now saying is an issue for the scheme. You didn't say it before the election, but you're saying it now. Well, I can tell you more than 500,000 NDIS participants and their families heard you loud and clear before the election when you said there's no sustainability issues, none, no sustainability issues with the NDIS, and that plans would not go backwards under your watch. So let's see where this goes. The budget, I must say, paints a pretty bad picture. There was also the farcical, in the housing portfolio, the farcical announcement that Labor was going to build 1 million new homes over 5 years. That was the headline. 1 million new homes over 5 years. Then we drill into the detail and ask some questions. Oh, it's an aspiration. It's an aspiration to build 1 million homes over 5 years. It's actually not us as a government building those homes over 5 years. It's the business as usual private sector who will build those 1 million homes over 5 years. And in fact, what we've done new in this budget is an agreement with states and territories to have more meetings to solve these problems at some point down the track. Now, in the last five full calendar years before the budget, Australia built more than 1 million homes. 1,029,000 homes. So what is Labor saying? They're saying, well, starting from 2024, we'll build less homes over that next 5 years than were built in the preceding 5 years under our watch. A farcical announcement, the sort of hollow announcement that you make when you've got a budget, quite frankly, that's less impactful than the average MyEFO. And so a pretty shameless tactic that was appropriately dealt with by the media for how farcical it was. In the social services portfolio, another one of mine, in the so-called bread and butter budget, the biggest additional spending measure in social services outside of CPI increases was the $217 million being dedicated to wind back the cashless debit card. Spending $217 million precious dollars to have more alcohol and drugs flooding into vulnerable communities. More alcohol and drugs to fuel the dysfunction, the violence that we know occurs in so many of the communities where the cashless debit card has been so successful. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a budget that fails on so many measures, and in my own electorate, we saw hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure ripped out of Victoria. In my own seat alone, we saw $4 billion cut from the East-West Link. We saw $34 million cut from train station car parks at Heatherdale and Heathmont. And it won't be long until people are back on public transport and searching for those car parks in the morning, not able to get one. And they cut $50 million from Dorset Road, one of the most dangerous and congested roads in my area, $50 million. Why? They cut all that to give Daniel Andrews his $2.2 billion for the suburban rail loop. This budget fails on every measure.
The member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to make my contribution on the Appropriation No. 1 Bill 2022-2023. In May, the Australian people and the people of Werriwa voted for change. They voted for a government that would confront the challenges ahead of this nation, a government that will not only react but will seize the opportunities before us. For far too long, Australians have become disillusioned with the effectiveness of government. They've had a federal government that reacted only when it was politically necessary and then didn't take the decisions that would build a better future for Australia and a future for generations to come. It is the task of the Albanese government to repair the relationship people have with the government and repair the budget left behind. Governments can be a force for good. It can implement policies that directly benefit the lives of every Australian. 2 weeks ago, the Treasurer Jim Chalmers began the process of restoring the faith in the government on behalf of the Australian people. As the first Labor budget in almost a decade, the Albanese government has begun implementing promises made to the Australian people. The budget provides responsible cost of living relief, and it recognises that the largest strain on budgets of Australians right now is that of inflation. We know that Australians are doing it tough. They have been for the last 3 years. Our country and indeed the world has been battered by crisis after crisis, and there is a possibility that the world will experience another economic downturn. In uncertain times, I've seen the resilience of the Australian people and the resilience of the constituents of Werriwa. This budget contains $7.5 billion in targeted cost of living relief to ease the pressures on Australian families. Our government took a policy of cheaper medicine to the election, and from the 1st of January, the cost of medicines on the PBS will fall by $12.50, a saving of upwards of $300 a year for those on regular medicines. In Werriwa, I spoke to a local pharmacist, Natalie, who owns Chemist Works in Edmondson Park. She told me that she's had to have difficult conversations with patients about what medicines they can do without and which they can ration, because they simply can't afford them all. No one in this country should ever have to make that decision, especially as these decisions directly affect their health and quality of life and have the potential to cause further burden on the health system, not to mention the stress it causes professionals like Natalie. This budget also contains funding for cheaper childcare. Beginning in July next year, 1.2 million eligible Australian families will have access to cheaper childcare. In the electorate of Werriwa, that's 7,400 families. That is, they will have more affordable childcare. Families that earn a combination of $90,000 will save almost $1,100 a year. These families can then choose to work an extra day or spend time on something that's important to them. This is an investment not just in the economy, but the health and well-being of Australians. For those who want to work extra days, this will remove a barrier that is in the way currently. The childcare policy will do that whilst helping family budgets. The Albanese government understands, however, that this cost of living crisis must be met with structural reforms to strengthen the Australian economy. That's why the government has committed to expanding paid parental leave to 6 months, which will be shared amongst both parents. This is an economic reform that will have a massive social benefit as well. More women will be able to participate in the workforce, and men will be able to participate in caring. As the world went into lockdown in 2020, Australia suffered because of our position at the end of the supply chain. This can't continue. Manufacturing must be healed. Skills must be available here. From PPE to clean energy technology, investing in making things in Australia is important. This budget contains serious investment to re-establish our manufacturing and energy sector, creating the National Reconstruction Fund, which will invest $15 billion in expanding industrial capabilities of Australia and creating well-paying jobs. Australia was a country that used to build things, and it will be again under this government. Supporting our industries will ensure that the energy system is less vulnerable to global shocks in the energy market, and a single energy policy commitment, rather than 22 failed policies, will give the energy sector the stability and certainty it needs to transition to a cleaner, cheaper and more resilient grid. The budget makes targeted investments in that path as the government has laid out. The government has moved to establish the Rewiring the Nation Office, which will manage $20 billion in funding to upgrade, strengthen and grow transmission infrastructure. Because with renewable energy entering the market, energy infrastructure must be prepared so that Australians can benefit. Our industries will also benefit from cheaper and cleaner energy, because we have seen recently how reliant our energy market is on global shocks. Werriwa residents need lower power bills to help with the cost of living increases that the previous government knew were coming. The transition to cleaner energy is an opportunity for Australians to benefit. The investment the Albanese government is making will be met with the necessary funding into skills training. Workers are the backbone of our country, and ensuring workers can access the training they need for future jobs is critical. Next year, 180,000 fee-free TAFE and vocational education places will be made available, part of the commitment to provide almost 500,000 fee-free places. Additionally, the budget invests in creating 20,000 new university places. Our government is committed to ensuring Australians can acquire the training they need for the future and to secure better futures for them and their families. The budget is also the first step in closing the gender pay gap and advancing gender equality in the country. The Albanese government has put women at the centre of the budget because improving the material conditions of women is both good for the economy and good for society.
Order. It being past 1:30 p.m, the debate is interrupted. The member for Werriwa will have leave to continue her remarks when the debate is resumed. The chair will be resumed at 4 p.m.
I call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill number 1, 2022-2023, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the Federation Chamber that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the two related appropriations bills. I call the member for Werriwa on continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The decisions of government can make a difference. Cheaper childcare, extended paid parental leave, supporting a minimum wage and aged care wage increases. The budget will provide funding to support women's safety at home and work and in the community. $169.4 million over 4 years will be used to provide an additional 500 community frontline and community workers to support women and children experiencing family, domestic and sexual violence. As part of the Albanese government's commitment to respect at work, $42.5 million will go towards implementing the response to its recommendations. This government is determined to end gender-based discrimination and sexual harassment in the workplace. The government's Housing Australia Future Fund will commit $100 million for women and children feeling domestic and family violence, as well as supporting older women at risk of homelessness. Our government has also committed to gender-responsive budgeting. Key measures will be assessed on their impact on women so that there will be a complete picture of the consequences of policy decisions. This budget is a refresh on the last 9 years of wasted opportunities. It is a responsible and reform-driven budget. That's why the Finance Minister, Senator Katie Gallagher, and the Treasurer, the Honourable Jim Chalmers, went through the budget line by line to undo the damages caused in the last 9 years. Their audit identified $22 billion in savings that could be reprioritised and better spent on the services that Australians care about. We're investing an additional $437.4 million over 3 years to support the NDIS to hire more staff and to provide greater support to participants, and providing $229.7 million to strengthen Medicare with GP grants so that general practices can provide better services to patients. These are the type of investments that Australians want. The previous budget was riddled with unnecessary and unfunded proposals that wasted time and money. These savings will be better spent investing in the Australian people. The Albanese government is committed to getting Australians through these increasingly uncertain times. From one crisis to another, there has been no respite for many, and the government understands that. Our government is under no illusions that there are tough economic times ahead, but we are determined and ready. The Albanese government will get on with the promises made to the Australian people, fixing aged care, building our manufacturing capabilities, getting wages moving again, and implementing our economic and social reforms. We also want to confront the challenges we are facing today, whether it be short to medium-term cost of living, the inflation crisis or longer-term climate crisis. We won't shy away. The Australian people want a government that provides solutions to work and works for them and take responsibility and act. And this is what our first budget does. It keeps the promises made to the Australian people and begins the process of repairing their trust in government. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, there is no doubt, it's beyond dispute, that Australians have it very tough at the moment. Cost of living is going through the roof, inflation going through the roof, energy prices are going up, as we saw in this budget. It's never been tougher to balance the budget. And unfortunately, for the Australian people, Labor have missed the mark with this budget. It's not delivering solutions today for the Australians that need support. In fact, it's showing that things are going to be worse under Labor. It's only getting harder to make ends meet. It provides no real hope for Australians coming out of this budget. And we need to understand what's at stake here. And we can talk a lot, and I'll talk a little bit about the numbers, but just last week I was in the electorate of Casey and filled up the car with petrol and did note how expensive it was, and went in and was speaking to the service attendant, and she was telling me a story of the day before when a couple had filled up their car and had gone in to pay and started crying. And the reason that they had started crying is they did not have the money to pay for that fuel. And that is the reality of what we're dealing with this cost of living crisis. It is literally people not having the money to pay for their petrol, for their food, for their energy, to have to make choices. And they need solutions now. And when we listen to the Treasurer and the Prime Minister, every solution they provide is something into the future. There is some good initiatives in this budget that we support as well, I'm not denying that, but every solution they come up with is about things happening 6, 12 months from now. And the reality is, when you literally cannot afford to put petrol into your tank or to either pay your bills, electricity bills, or eat food, you don't care about what's happening in the future. You need support now. And we're not getting that support in this budget for Australians. In my electorate of Casey, we're also having infrastructure being ripped out of our community, which I'll touch on. And I must say, sitting in this House, listening to many speeches from those on the government side, they are very happy, as they are. It's their right to brag and celebrate the many investments that their communities are getting. It's hard not to smirk with irony about 6 to 12 months ago when they were complaining about the very same practice, but that is the way politics works. And it's really clear when you look at this budget, when you listen to the Prime Minister, when you listen to the Treasurer, this isn't about solutions for real Australians. This is actually a budget full of politics and spin. And it's not really surprising that it's a budget that is all about politics and spin, because I'm a big believer and spent my career in business. And the first thing we always did was have a look at who's making the decisions, understand their motivations and their history. So I thought I would understand the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, the two figures that are making the decisions on this budget that are affecting Australians, and what's their experience in business, in the real world, outside of the Canberra bubble. So I had a look at the Prime Minister and wanted to understand his history. Well documented, been in this House since 1996, which is a great achievement for the Prime Minister, but it does show that he spent a lot of time in these halls on a on an income that's guaranteed every week. And that's not a criticism, it's just the reality of our roles, and I acknowledge I now have that luxury as well. But I look back, we've all got a career before politics. So what did the Prime Minister do? Surely he spent some time in business. No. Prime Minister was a union official and a staffer before he entered this House. So he's never had to make those decisions to employ people and make choices. So the Prime Minister, no experience in business, guaranteed income from a long time. Well, surely our Treasurer, he does have a PhD, I do note. So he hasn't, and I'm jumping ahead, he hasn't worked in business, so I'm going to ruin the punchline, but he does have a PhD. I thought, oh, well, he's got the economic qualifications to manage the economy, so that should give us some comfort. But then I thought, I'll actually have a look at this PhD that the Treasurer has. It's actually not in economics. It's not in finance. I am happy to put my hand up and say that I'd made the assumption that the Treasurer running our economy, who is a doctor and has got a PhD, I assumed it was in economics, and I've been under that assumption for a little while. But then I did the research, and the great thing is our histories are all there. The PhD is in political science. I was like, wow, I did an arts degree majoring in politics, so there's nothing wrong with that, but I don't know whether it equips you. There is nothing wrong at all with majoring in politics, but I was surprised by that. I was a little concerned that the PhD was actually on the former Prime Minister, Paul Keating. And now I think every Australian will remember that the former Prime Minister, Paul Keating, he is the man that talked about the recession that we had to have. He did oversee that terrible recession that we had to have, and it's a concern that the Treasurer's political idol is Paul Keating. But he is also, unfortunately, has spent his whole career in this building. He bragged at the budget that he'd been in 17 budget lockups and more than anyone in this House. And while he thinks that that's a great advantage, I think it's a great concern for the Australian people, because I've already seen within 6 months in this House, you can really lose a perspective on what's happening out in the community. And so we've got a Prime Minister and a Treasurer that have never worked in business, have spent their whole life as advisors and chiefs of staffs, and it really does explain why this budget has no solutions for Australians, and it's full of politics and spin, which I'll talk about in a minute. Not only is this budget about politics and spin, it abandons the people of Casey. 2 weeks ago, I received a phone call from the CEO of the Yarra Ranges Council. She was deeply concerned. They'd just received an email that the Roads for Community project in Casey, a $150 million project that had bipartisan support in 2019, $150 million over 10 years that would seal much needed roads in Casey, had been cut by this government. Now, this government in 2019 supported this project. And actually, again, this is great. The internet is great. Everything is on the record. You can find it. So I went back and had a look, and who was the shadow minister at the time who made the commitment and talked about how important this investment was for the communities of Casey? Anthony Albanese was the shadow minister for infrastructure. Now the Prime Minister signing off on every decision. 2019 he supported sealing the roads. Today it's not important. And to make it worse, this is in comparison to the government's decision to support the suburban rail loop. $2.2 billion investment to support his friend Daniel Andrews has not gone through Infrastructure Australia as a project. I don't mind the suburban rail loop if it stacks up, but we don't know if it stacks up because the Auditor-General has said there's question marks. The Infrastructure Australia has not looked at this project, and the Roads for Communities project in Casey is delivering today. It is a partnership between the federal government, the Yarra Ranges Council and the community that co-contribute to sealing these roads. There is already a track record over 3 years of delivering these projects on time and on budget. In many cases, they're actually delivered earlier and under budget, and that's with COVID. So we were here and we heard the Minister for Infrastructure today talk about project blowing out. Well, this one's not. It's been delivered and they've supported it. And this project as I said, was bipartisan. It's sealing dirt roads in the Yarra Valley, in the Dandenongs, in my electorate that are much needed. And this need has become worse because, like many electorates across the country, we have been significantly impacted by flooding. And so those dirt roads that aren't sealed are even worse condition today than they were when this project was signed. One of the great honours and privileges that we have in this House is to represent our constituents and be their voice in this House. So I could talk more about the Roads for Community project, and I have been inundated with calls and emails from my electorate deeply concerned. But I want to read, with his permission, the email I received from Mark from Belgrave Heights about this very issue, and I quote, "We've had federal funding promises to seal roads in my area for several years now. I have recently been told that the promised funding may be rescinded. This is absolutely devastating news for me, my family and all residents in my local area. The unsealed roads are not only damaging on cars, but they are hazardous, especially with all the rain we've had recently. Potholes, eroded road edges, corrugations and large runoff chasms routinely appear, with imminent danger that these pose. My youngest child is a P-plater and she almost rolled her car driving down the severely eroded Mount Morton Road the other day. I am writing this to you with heavy rain as I type, hitting my window with the understanding that the recent grading of Mount Morton Road will be effectively undone now. The only permanent solution is to keep the federal promises of funding for local council roads. I implore you to push for these federal promises to be upheld by the current Labor government. Thank you." Well, Mark, I'm here fighting for you and fighting for the constituents and residents of Casey because we have been abandoned by this government. They're prepared to support the suburban rail loop, but they're not prepared to support a project that was needed in 2019 and is more needed now. And it gets worse. Well, the Victorian state government is responsible for delivering road projects, and unfortunately it's the fact that the Victorian state government is not great at delivering projects, which brings me nicely to Wellington Road, which again was committed to bipartisan in 2019, and the Victorian Labor government have done nothing to deliver this project. In 3 years, the Victorian state Labor government have done nothing to deliver this project. The state government is responsible for delivering roads. The federal government fund them. Those across the aisle do know that. We provided the funding and the Victorian Labor state government failed to deliver. This duplication is much needed for safety for the residents in the Dandenongs, to get them out when bushfires come and to allow emergency services to get in. The local Country Fire Authority labelled Labor's decision to cancel this project as really distressing news for our community. Our communities know they have been abandoned by the federal Labor government and the Daniel Andrews state Labor government. That's on top of the infrastructure commitments I made to Belgrave, Lilydale and Mooroolbark community centres that are not in this budget, all investments that would have improved women's sport and community safety. Another project that is important to myself and our constituents is the Lilydale Youth Hub. Now, this was funded in 2020 using a $4.1 million grant from the federal government. The funding for this project runs out in December this year. Now, I met with the Lilydale Youth Hub and had the opportunity to see the great work they were doing during the campaign, and I committed $3.5 million at that time to extend the project for another 3 years. As the results are the results. Labor didn't match it. We're not in government, so it can't be delivered. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it was bipartisan, because the Labor candidate at the time and the Labor opposition at the time clearly had no regard for the mental health of the residents of Casey, even though it was the highest priority on the council's wish list. But what is interesting is that the CEO of the Lilydale Youth Hub wanted to meet with the new minister to discuss the project and explain how important it was to our community, and asked them to consider the funding now that they are in government. The minister would not even meet with the CEO, and to make it worse, they took 2 meetings and cancelled them. The CEO was prepared to do these meetings over Zoom, come in person, so those opposite will sit here and talk about how great this budget is, but the minister has had 6 months, doesn't even have the courtesy or time for a 15-minute conversation about the importance of mental health in the Lilydale Youth Hub. And this is a project that is delivering for our community. One quick quote before my time runs out, Deputy Speaker, from a parent. Our beautiful and brave young person is not only still alive because of this wonderful and all-encompassing service, but also has many friends that they have met through pet therapy, creative arts and social connection programs. This is a program and a community hub that is saving lives in Casey, and the minister does not even have the time or courtesy or respect to meet with the organisation, understand their needs and how they can help. This budget is a disgrace. It does nothing for the residents of Casey. It leaves us abandoned.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Kingston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm very pleased to rise to speak on this all-important appropriations bill, the budget, the Labor government's first budget. And it is a budget that has been crafted for a very difficult time after profligate spending by those opposite but no real economic dividend. 9 years with not an economic dividend to show for their investment, $1 trillion of debt with nothing long-term to show for it. This is a budget that starts the all-important repair task, budget repair, but also importantly makes those investments that are so important at this time to start that building that economic investment, that economic reform that's so desperately needed in this country. Of course, it is a difficult time when it comes to cost of living, and there were some, of course, politically easy things to do. But this government has had to take the responsible course and make cost of living support where it was responsible. Of course, it does deliver and start the building blocks for a better future, particularly delivering on many of our election commitments, our cheaper childcare plan, better access to healthcare and medicines, cheaper and cleaner energy, expanding paid parental leave for 6 months, more affordable housing, and of course getting wages moving. Now, I did want to talk about Labor's cheaper childcare plan because this is an incredibly important reform that will make childcare more affordable for around 1.26 million Australian families. Under these measures that are going through the Senate, I hope right now, with the bells ringing, is indeed a package that ensures that no family is worse off. It is investing importantly in families and.
Order. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to also speak on the appropriations bill. There were some great concerns to myself in my previous role when I looked after Safer Communities funding projects, but also in the electorate of Latrobe, where we had, can I say, a severe hit when it came to infrastructure funding. One of the previous programs which was committed back in 2019 was a $300 million roads package to seal unsealed roads throughout the Dandenong ranges. And this was strongly supported by local councils, being Cardinia Council, Yarra Ranges Council. This was pretty much the #1 issue up in that area, up in suburbs such as Emerald and Cockatoo, in particular Cockatoo, and it all started with a roads action group called Craig 21, where they approached me about sealing, I think it was Caroline Avenue behind the Cockatoo Primary School, and how dangerous it was for parents picking up children in that area. And then we had other suburbs such as Gembrook, Beaconsfield, Beaconsfield Upper, Avensley, Mount Bennett, Guys Hill, Merrinole, Clematis, even going over to Menzies Creek in the electorate of Casey, and also locally Pakenham Upper. And there's a number of reasons why this project is very important. From someone who lived on a dirt road many years ago, I actually lived on one for 17 years. It's not only in summer the dust and the annoyance of always having a dirty car, or the potholes when you're driving in after a rainy patch, and obviously you can imagine how bad it is now, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But also issues when it comes to road safety. My background being a former police officer, if you have a car coming around the corner at speed and you want to get out of the way, and when you get out of the way you've got a gutter beside you, it can actually be quite dangerous. But in particular, the big issue was when it came to bushfires, and this has been a point put to me by Council and even the CFA, that in the need to evacuate during a bushfire, if you've got a road sealed and you've got the curb and channels, because at the moment it's got a gutter on each side, if it's smoky or bad conditions, people obviously in a panic getting out there, they get stuck in the gutter, obviously becomes an issue. And this actually happened a number of years ago. Yarra Ranges Council told me about what happened in Mount Evelyn as an example on a dirt track. But also fundamentally, Bill Shorten, member for Maribyrnong, who was the then Labor opposition leader, with the Labor candidate for Latrobe, Simon Curtis, they matched this funding. They came out and said, we will match this funding. There was a big article in the Stars, great news, bipartisan funding for the Unsealed Roads project. And the other one which was also matched was Wellington Road. Now, Wellington Road is one of the main thoroughfares going up to, again, Cockatoo, Gembrook and Emerald, and also if you're cutting off going up into the hills, into the Darling Ranges, but also in the parts of Berwick, in my electorate and officer, and Beaconsfield. Can I say this is part of the fastest growing electorate in the country, and that road work was via Wellington Road, and again that was $110 million. Now I hear the Labor Party's made the song and dance saying, well, hang on, you didn't put enough money into it, it's blown out to $670 million. The funding we committed was actually based on, I believe it was Cardinia Shire, said the total project would be $210 million. We put half that funding in that project. And again, it is such a vital, dangerous road where we've had fatalities on that, in particular the Harkaway Wellington Road intersection there. It's just such a dangerous road, and it's a project too which I previously committed back in 2007. Some residents go, why hasn't this been fixed before? Because we actually did commit funding back in 2007 where we had nowhere near the amount of population living in the electorate. And again, it was a big issue at the time, and I actually must say I was very annoyed with the Shire Rangers, who actually diverted the funding after 2010, but they did so with the blessing of the then Transport Minister, who's now the Prime Minister. My last letter, before I actually lost my seat in 2010, was to write to the Transport Minister at the time, Anthony Albanese, to say, do not allow this funding to be diverted. And sadly, that's what happened. It got spent elsewhere. And now we've come back again with another election commitment of $110 million back in 2019, which was matched. Now it's been scrapped. So we've lost $410 million in that area on a bipartisan approach when it came to these vital two road projects. And can I just say, when it comes to the state election too, that there's a seat called Monbulk, which now covers pretty much all those areas are spoken about, and it wasn't a seat we were targeting in the state election, but boy, I can tell you now, it is right in the race because the residents are furious. They've had $410 million cut from them. The other project I spoke about earlier was the Safer Communities funding. And the Safer Community funding was brought in place. First stream was infrastructure funding, and infrastructure funding was after that awful terrorist attack in Christchurch in New Zealand. It was to make places of worship safer. And can I say the biggest beneficiaries in Australia, when I looked after this program, were in particular our Jewish community for obvious reasons, also the Muslim community. There was a number of others though who missed out when they applied for funding. This would be, for example, Hindu and Buddhist temples and Sikh gurdwaras. And I intervened a number of these projects. For the simple reason is if I didn't intervene, they would never have got their funding up. One of the ones in particular which greatly concerned me, they came to visit me, Mr Deputy Speaker, 2 or 3 times in my electorate, and it was a temple in Tarnet, and the abbreviation is SMVS, otherwise known as the Swaminarayan Madhavasa Sanath SMVS. And they'd sadly been firebombed. They'd had amazing amounts of vandalism in there. And in actual fact, and I'm just going to quote here, and this is an online Indian newspaper, and its heading is Jason Wood calls Joanne Ryan lazy Labor member for Lalor, who can't be bothered to visit the Hindu temple when it was attacked. And I know the member for Lalor made a statement that in Parliament about this article where she said she actually visited the temple on 2 occasions. Can I make the point, and this will be very interesting for the Labor members to listen to, and this is a online Indian newspaper article, who's now come out and written a further article saying MSVS Temple Management, and this article, it's from the Australian Today, a very well-known Indian online magazine, and the author is Jay Barana, and he says the SMVS Temple Management Committee told the Australian Today member for Lalor, Mr O'Meara, was visited the temple only 6 years ago and recently once for a Diwali function in 2021. The Australian Today, and this is in the article, is given to understand that Ms Ryan did not visit the Swaminarayan Sanath SMVS temple even once after more than 10 attacks in years 2017, 2018, 2019. Each time the attacks happened, the temple local member of the Victorian Parliament and the member of the Federal Parliament, Joan Ryan's office, was informed and help was sought. The Australian Today can also reveal that when the Temple Management Committee approached her for help as a local federal MP, Ms Ryan even refused to write a supporting letter for the SMVS Temple Safer Community grant application. Now, the one thing I just cannot believe is obviously members of Parliament not bothering to go to the local constituents, but worse still when they're actually under attack, and they were under attack, as we've heard there, 10 times. But then to have the new Labor government come in and scrap the next round of $50 million for the Safer Community funding, and they had a second stream in here, and the second stream was for early intervention of high-risk youth. Now, go back to my days in the police force. The most important thing to stop young people going down the wrong path is either keep them in school if they've gone into incarceration, is to have it when they get out, they get assistance and help. Round 6 was initially $20 million we put on the table there. Incredibly, we had 420 applications, of which I think was 370 met the eligibility criteria. So we extended the program to in total have $120 million worth of funding. And what we're pretty much doing is we're just going up the chain, and after the first $20 million was used up, we looked at the next projects for $50 million, and we got up to the $120 million mark. That program has been cut. And I make a very valid point When it comes to programs like this, and the first round of, I think it was round 5 of Safer Community round of funding, when we had the $20 million for high-risk youth and the $10 million for infrastructure, there was another $5 million for admin costs. So to have this program where we extended it by another $100 million, we didn't actually have to have it re-advertised, didn't need to have any more money spent on the admin costs because it was all taken in there. So the new Labor government, they're saying they're going to have another program there. They're saying they're going to have another program there. The two problems with that, it's going to take at least 12 months to develop, and we're going to have to wait till next budget to see what's in there. And sadly, it's going to have all the extra admin costs incorporated in that. So sadly, when it comes to keeping places of worship safer, when it comes to keeping youngsters or giving them those who've been involved in crime or at high risk, and can I say at least 20% of the funding went to Indigenous communities. So those communities now, in the future, will miss out until something else happens. So overall, it's been very disappointing when it comes to the federal budget for those who are people of faith, in particular multicultural communities, when it comes to the temples. It could be, as I said before, a Sikh Gurdwara, it could be a Buddhist temple. They won't be getting any funding for safer communities, or it could be a Jewish synagogue, it could be a Muslim mosque. There's nothing there they can actually get to make them safer if there's any sort of incidents taking place. And again, when it comes to the road funding, that $410 million, the unsealed roads funding for the hills, when I say the hills, the Dandenong Ranges in Melbourne South East, and the Wellington Road funding, I just let everyone know that the Liberal candidate, Gareth Ward, who's doing a mighty job out there, totally supports these projects, and as he's telling me, people are shocked that the Labor Party has cut this funding specifically because it was a bipartisan commitment by the Labor Party and obviously by the Liberal Party. So it's devastating when residents are getting phone calls at the moment from Yarra Ranges Council, Cardinia Ranson, saying all those roadworks which were planned for sealing your road in January or February have now been abandoned, and all the construction teams have been put off. So it's really devastating for the area. So on that note, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll leave it there, but it wasn't a good budget at all for those two groups, those who care about safety when it comes to road funding in the hills. It was devastating. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and with leave, I give the call to the member for Kingston to
Thank you,
conclude
and I
her
was
remarks.
going to seek leave as a result of that last division. I was a little tardy getting back here, so I apologise to the chamber, Deputy Speaker. But I was talking about Labor's cheaper childcare plan and, of course, the great economic productivity that this will unleash. We've got women, mainly women, but men as well, wanting to work more hours and in a time of labour force shortage, but childcare just is too expensive. So a really important budget there. But of course, other targeted investments that are right for this time include, of course, an investment in education to build a stronger and more resilient economy. And of course, the free TAFE places. Really exciting to have the Minister for Skills and Training in Adelaide, where he struck the agreement last Friday to deliver these places to South Australia, but also 20,000 additional university places for disadvantaged Australians. And we're, of course, investing in the National Reconstruction Fund for a future made in Australia and delivering on nation-building projects, and I'll talk a bit more about that. And of course, we're supporting older Australians, whether that's through expanding the concessions card or our work bonus income bank top-up. These are all things that very much go to the heart of our Labor budget. But in my portfolio, I was very, very pleased as the Minister for Social Services and very proud that we announced an extension of paid parental leave to 26 weeks. Labor introduced paid parental leave in 2011, and this budget delivers the biggest boost since its creation, giving every family with a new baby more choice, greater security and better support for all parents. Of course, Labor announced it will add an additional 6 weeks of paid parental leave for families, bumping up the total leave payable to 26 weeks, a full 6 months. Our plan will invest more than $530 million in progressively scaling up the scheme, reaching the 6 months paid leave in 2026. This will benefit mums and dads. It's good for children, but of course it's a huge boost for the economy, ensuring that women in particular stay connected to the workplace, but of course promoting shared care. Promoting shared care is a good economic dividend because it does mean that the unpaid caring responsibilities are more equally shared. And this was a big message coming from our Jobs and Skills Summit. Of course, on Friday, I was very pleased to launch the next steps of our early years strategy. Again, a commitment made by this government to have a whole-of-government approach to the first 5 years of life, ensuring that children and families do get the support they need in those early years. So this strategy, it was wonderful to join the Minister for Early Education and Youth to really launch our announcement of our summit, and indeed the process going forward. This budget provided the investment for developing that early years strategy and is critically important. We also, in this budget, delivered on our election commitments to provide $12.4 million over 4 years to increase support for playgroups and toy libraries. This will support increased access to community and volunteer-run playgroups nationally, with a focus on regional and remote locations and where we know that gaps exist. Playgroups support families in the early years and encourage improved early childhood development outcomes. They also, of course, importantly, provide support to many people. So this is really important. In addition, we also announced our commitment to toy libraries. Toy libraries are such a clever idea, often run by volunteers. They are places where it is affordable to borrow toys. We know our children grow out of toys so quickly. They move on to the next thing. So a toy library enables that investment to happen so that people don't have to put up their own money but can borrow the toys. But of course it's a sustainable way as well. And a lot of people have talked about the attraction, not only the cost of living with toy libraries, but also the important sustainability aspect, and this budget delivers on that. Now, I'm very proud to be part of a government that has made a commitment to end domestic, family and sexual violence in one generation. One woman does die every 10 days at the hands of their current or former partner. This is unacceptable and it has to stop, and it should not be seen as inevitable. And I'm very pleased that we've been able to, in this budget, announce an investment, a record investment of $1.7 billion to support a whole range of activities in prevention, in early intervention, in response and recovery. And part of that was $100 million for up to 720 additional safe places for women and children leaving violent situations. Of course, in addition, we know that frontline workers are so important in supporting women in need. And so we need to make sure that there is a greater investment in our frontline workforce. This was a commitment also made by Labor in the election. I'm very pleased that in this most recent budget we made sure that there was the provision of $169.4 million over 4 years to fund 500 frontline workers. This is a crucial boost to this workforce, and something we very much definitely need. Of course, we also had to prioritise new measures through close to $40 million in additional support for the escaping violence payment to ensure that we could adequately respond. Unfortunately, the previous government rushed this program, rushed this payment, and as a result, it needs some significant work done on it to make sure that it is working for women who want to access it. In addition, there was $25 million made over 5 years for encouraging innovative responses to address the behaviour of perpetrators, and $12.6 million over 2 years to extend the program assisting temporary visa holders who are experiencing family domestic violence. Of course, in total, $104.4 million will be provided to continue and expand the role of Our Watch, a really important institution ensuring that, that we are properly researching and understanding prevention in many groups. Now, of course, I've talked about my portfolio, but there has been many very good investments in the seat of Kingston in this budget. I was lamenting so many times in the last 9 years in this place about the lack of investment in our health and hospital system. The previous government just completely ignored our primary health system and ignored our health and hospital system. And so I was so pleased that in this budget, investing in our healthcare system is a high priority, with a $2.9 billion package to strengthen Medicare, driving an innovation to revamp Australia's primary healthcare network. Of course, in addition, there were cheaper medicines in this budget, something that's been very much welcomed, and so many families are telling me the cost of medicines is really hurting them. Of course, there has been also an investment in the Flinders Medical Centre, the medical centre in which I was born. This has required, as pressure has mounted on this medical centre, it has desperately needed an investment. So this budget delivers $200 million towards expanding our Flinders Medical Centre. And of course, we've seen the commitment for a Medicare urgent care clinic in the southern suburbs of Adelaide, a critical investment to ensure that local residents can get timely health care. So this is new investment in our community, in our healthcare, which people have been crying out for so long. We will also be establishing a new facility at the REPAT with 24 beds as part of an older person's care unit, ensuring that those in the southern suburbs have a timely access to quality healthcare. Now, in this budget, there's also been an important investment towards delivering an entry and exit ramp to the Southern Expressway at Majors Road. Now, the former Liberal government, whether it was the state or the federal government, refused many times my request for this funding, despite the now state Liberal leader and local member saying it was his #1 priority. He actually took a video of himself driving down this road saying it was his #1 priority. But unfortunately, he has not only abandoned that promise, but has spread misinformation about the impact that this project will have on the local community. In fact, there will be minimal impact on Glenthorne National Park, riding for the disabled and all the other areas. It will not affect the current bike paths, but will provide better and new bike paths. And I think that the local member had been trying to cover up for his lack of action after saying it was his #1 priority in a video. So this is a good investment. It will better connect the southern suburbs to the north-south motorway, which of course will continue to see progress on. Of course, there was other facility upgrades in this budget across my electorate, really important commitments to local reserves, local parks, but importantly our urban rivers. I think often the focus comes off our urban rivers, but are critically important to the natural environment, particularly in outer suburban areas. And so this is incredibly important. Investments in the Paul Murray Recreation Centre, the home to the Growing Hub Gymnastics, a really important investment. So this was a budget that not only delivered nationally, it delivered locally. It was a budget right for the times that was about economic productivity. It was about growing our economy in a responsible way, and it was about not adding to that difficult problem of inflation that we are currently facing that has made it difficult for families. This was responsible, it was right, and I commend the budget to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My constituents wanted two things from this budget. They wanted the government to honour commitments made to my community of the Redlands and real action to address the cost of living crisis being felt right across Australia. Labor has failed on both of these counts. While the Treasurer fancies himself as an economic commentator, he fancies himself as the inheritor of the Hawke-Keating government's legacy of reform. This budget does nothing to address the challenges facing Australia's economy, and it does even less for the communities that I represent in this place. This budget does nothing to assist household budgets. In fact, the spending contained in the budget will simply create more inflationary pressure at a time when we can least afford it. There is no credible plan to deal with the sources of inflation or to help families deal with immediate cost of living pressures. This budget confirms that your cost of living is going up, your electricity and gas bills are going up, your tax payments are going up, government spending is going up, employment will go down, and real wages, of course, are also forecast to go down. Just before the election, the Prime Minister told Australians that they will be better off under a Labor government. This appears to be just another broken promise, and there's been a few of those in the very short life of this new government. They promised cheaper energy. Labor's own budget numbers confirm that electricity and gas prices are expected to rise sharply over the next 2 years. Treasury has assumed that retail electricity prices will increase by 50%. Retail gas prices are up some 40% in 2022 and 23. They promised increasing real wages, but Labor's forecasts reveal that wages will fall over the coming years. They promised to bring down the cost of living. There is not one measure in this budget which will help families struggling with the cost of living this year. This budget also shows that inflation will remain higher for longer, and Labor has no plan to address it. They promised to get quite a bit in my local area too, Mr Deputy Speaker, which isn't forthcoming in this budget. Albanese Labor opposition made $4.6 million in local sporting and community commitments in the electorate of Bowman during the recent federal election. Just to name a few of these commitments, there was $500,000 to expand the premises and provide more support to victims of domestic violence at the Centre for Women and Co at Cleveland. At the Yuli Burabah Clinic at Dunwich, North Stradbroke Island, $1.9 million for health infrastructure support, including an expansion of their facilities there, and we had a myriad of different sporting club commitments as well. These clubs and associations were waiting anxiously for news in the budget to see how and when they'll have these commitments honoured by the new government. The government was quick to point us in the direction of two different funding streams contained in the budget papers. $1 billion over 5 years from the 2022-23 Priority Community Infrastructure Program. This includes a closed grants program to deliver the government's election commitments, and $349.9 million over 5 years from the 2022-23 for the Investing in Our Communities program to deliver small-scale community sport and infrastructure projects across Australia. This is also a closed grants program to deliver the government's election commitments. And I note that those two funding streams are over 5 years, beyond the forward estimates. So these were commitments that were made for this parliamentary term. Not only are they outside of this parliamentary term, they are outside of this budget cycle. They go into or beyond the forward estimates. And of course, who knows what happens. I think the last few years have taught us that We cannot predict what's happening in the next year or two, let alone the next 5. But let's leave the issue of timing to one side for a moment and look at the quantum of funding. These figures give me a beautiful insight into how the government will be approaching this type of community funding. A government that has made such a virtue of how it doles out public funding fairly and evenly across the country. The $4.9 million committed to Bowman projects represents a mere 0.341% of the total funding within these two streams. And when I attempted to calculate this using Microsoft Excel, it rounded it down to 0. And I had to adjust the number of decimal places to get it showing. And as I stand here as one of 151 members of this chamber, my community should receive a 150th of the share of this funding. Instead, we are receiving just over a 1 in 293 share. So why does my community get about half of what we're due? Is it something to do with the fact that the Liberal Party has held the seat for 18 years? I think we all know the answer to that, Deputy Speaker. Then we go to the big commitments made by the former coalition government for projects in my electorate which require the new government to honour in order to complete these projects. We've got the first of those I'll mention is the Wellington Street and Panorama Drive intersection upgrades, which were announced back in January 2019. This is $15 million, and there has been some delays from the Redland City Council in terms of getting this project shovel-ready, and with the increase of costs and labour at the moment, it is certainly a challenge. But there's absolutely no clarity from the budget on the future of this project. We've also got the Redlands Hospital Stage 1 expansion project. Back in May 2019, the then federal Liberal Nationals government committed $30 million for this project. I understand that $13.2 million of that is yet to be paid and will be payable on, is expected to be payable by the state government at least, the state Labor government, on acceptance of a progress report for that project. There has been considerable Queensland government delays, and I've given another speech in this chamber a few weeks back on the nature of those delays and how disappointing it's been that the state Labor government, despite the fact they've got federal funding that they've received for this project, have failed to deliver it so far. But there's still the whole section of funding for that project that's still requiring to come from the federal government. And there's no word from the new federal government on where the rest of the funding for this project will be coming from. And of course, there's one that's very close to me, to my heart, and that is the Head to Health facility for Redland Bay. We are underserviced in a big way in terms of mental health facilities in the Redlands. And the previous federal government announced $3.4 million over 4 years to deliver a new Head to Health facility and the new satellite hospital that's being built at Wynham Creek there at Redland Bay. And the minister, when I wrote to the minister asking what's happening with this funding, I was informed that they're going back to the drawing board. They are going to go back and ask the state governments and the primary health networks to resubmit their proposals for this funding. And there's no word and no clarity on the future of appropriation in this budget, certainly nothing that gives my community any peace of mind. But let's zoom back out to the national level. The Albanese government has again failed to limit taxes imposed on Australians. Under Labor, the tax paid by Australians will increase by $142 billion over the forward estimates. They have abandoned the 23.9% of GDP tax cut the previous government stuck to, and they have no plan to reduce spending. And of course, this budget, or the media commentary that many MPs engaged in the lead up to it, delivers no certainty for the 10 million Australians who are looking forward to their legislative tax relief due in July 2024. And I note that we've got another federal budget between now and then, and I look forward eagerly to see where the government goes on that front, and I think we all know where they're going with it. In fact, this budget is already adding new taxes. Despite ruling out these changes before the election, Labor will hit retirees and investors with a new $555 million tax, depriving investors of franking credits which they have previously relied on. Labor's sneaky new tax will slug people who have invested their own savings in superannuation. But despite tax increases, we've discovered that there's already a $1 billion hole in Labor's budget. At the election, Labor promised to crack down on multinational tax avoidance to the tune of $1.9 billion over the next 4 years. But lo and behold, the budget confirms that this measure is now expected to only generate $950 million, resulting in a $1 billion black hole in Labor's first budget. Sadly, Labor have waved the white flag on productivity, and GDP growth has been downgraded significantly. And that's a significant concern, because one of the beauties that we have had as a nation for a very long period of time has been the strength of our GDP growth. And the Treasurer may have written a PhD on Paul Keating, but that 1980s spirit of boosting productivity is completely missing from this budget. And I want to go back and I want to dwell on those local projects that we are still waiting on news from the current government. I've outlined the fact that the Bowman electorate is going to receive half of what we should be entitled to when it comes to those local, smaller scale election commitments that the previous government made. Of course, they're not going to be as ambitious in a seat that they haven't held for 18 years, and they're not going to be as generous, and we didn't see as many then shadow ministers, now ministers, coming to my electorate and making big promises. But I'd really encourage them to come. I'd love to take a Labor minister around and show them some of the projects in my electorate that require funding, or projects that were funded by the previous government, which have now had a cloud put over them and a complete lack of clarity about what the future holds for those projects. Unfortunately, they can rely on the state government being very slow in delivering a lot of these projects, and unfortunately that's become a feature of the Queensland Labor government. We've seen a lot of federal funding being brought to the table for big projects, and unfortunately the state Labor government becoming very tired and lazy in getting around to actually spending that money on the projects that we need in the Redlands. This budget fails Australian families at a time when they really need a plan to address cost of living pressures. I've been doing a lot of door knocking in my electorate. It's one of the things I like to do most when I get back there. And of course, it's beautiful weather in southeast Queensland at this time of year, and I've been making my way around the streets of Bowman and talking to families about the issues that are of concern to them. And I'm talking about the impact or the erosion of the value of their dollar. That is the #1 concern for them, and that this budget offers no hope on those fronts. They are talking about the increases in energy costs that they're facing. They're talking about the broken promises of the Labor Party in terms of $275 for household energy bills, which have now been abandoned. Of course, the government can't bring themselves to admit it, but there's absolutely nothing in this budget that I can point to for them as to relief on cost of living. The appropriation bills will, of course, as is appropriate, pass through the parliament. This budget is set in stone and it won't change, but there is an opportunity for this government to reflect on what they've actually delivered with this budget, or what they haven't delivered in this budget, and take a look in May as they prepare over the Christmas period to deliver a May budget, and reflect on what this country actually needs to get us ahead. What do we actually need to put pressure down on inflation? And it's not more government spending. That's the last thing we need. We need concrete action. We need action on energy prices. And we need to make sure that we are not spending too much government money at a time when there's increasing cost pressures across projects, making it harder for the private sector to get things done as well. But I want to finish up by laying a challenge down for the Treasurer. Please stop commenting on the economic challenges facing our nation and start taking the steps necessary to address them. That's what the people of my electorate want to see. Yes, of course, we want to see more funding for local projects. Yes, we want to see our hospital upgraded. Yes, we want to see the Redland Bay head-to-health facility delivered as promised by the previous government. Yes, we want to see the Wellington Street and Panorama Drive intersections upgraded. Yes, we want to see the car park at Redland Hospital upgraded as well. But take the time to get this right in May. Treasurer needs to change gears from PhD student to the head of the Ministry of the Treasury, the person with chief responsibility for our national economy. I encourage them to get to work on a budget next May that actually delivers for Australians. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I call a member for Ballarat.
Brent. You had the wrong king.
Yes, I was going to say.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Speaker. The The Albanese government's first budget delivers for the people of Brand and will ensure that no one is left behind. The Albanese government will deliver cheaper childcare for the people of Brand. Over the last 8 years, childcare costs have increased by more than 40%, which is a huge cost to families and a disincentive to parents, especially mums, to go out and do more paid work and continue their careers. Under the government's plans for cheaper childcare, around 7,000 local families in Brand will be much better off. As an example, a family earning a combined income of $120,000 a year with one child in early education and care will be more than $1,700 better off. This plan is good for children, it's good for families, and it's good for our economy. It's an important education and economic reform, and this government is taking action through offering cheaper childcare to more families across Rockingham and Kwinana to address cost of living pressures. As outlined in the October budget, the Albanese government is investing $2.4 million to upgrade Thomas Oval in Medina. Keeping active and connected is so important for the local community. Participation in community sports contributes to physical wellness, creates strong social bonds and improves mental health. Upgrades to the facilities at Thomas Oval will pay benefits for years to come, especially for the very enthusiastic local rugby league players. Improvements will mean a great deal for sporting clubs like the Kwinana Titans Rugby League and Kwinana Titans Touch Football Club. The upgrades will mean local people in my electorate will have a better place for them to take their kids to play sport right there at home in Medina. The people of Brand have every right to expect that these kinds of facilities are of the same standard as those offered in other metropolitan cities. I think it will mean that the future will see more NRL sporting legends come out of Kwinana. I've got to admit, I'm an Aussie Rules fan. I'm new to NRL. I'm slowly catching on, and I'm loving it more and more each time I see a game. So good luck to all those teams in Kwinana. The budget included $135 million to open 50 urgent care clinics across Australia over the next 4 years. One of these clinics will be based in Rockingham, near the Rockingham General Hospital. This clinic will be tailored to meet the needs of the Brand community and will help ease the pressure of the local hospital's very busy emergency department. That's good for everyone across Rockingham and Kwinana that needs urgent care. It means that families will get to see a doctor sooner. The Albanese government's first budget also included an investment of $46.7 million for 10 additional veterans and families hubs across the country. This investment more than doubles the size of the existing network. $5 million will go toward a new veteran wellbeing centre in my electorate of Brand. This centre will be a one-stop shop for veterans and their families to access assistance from government, health services, ex-service organisations and community groups. My electorate encompasses Garden Island and the HMAS Stirling Navy Base, the largest naval base in the country. It has a large defence population. Around 4,000 defence personnel call Rockingham home, and their families as well, of course. And of course, over 5,000 veterans also live across Rockingham and Kwinana. This Veterans Hub will be of enormous importance to the local community that welcomes the Defence Force and always have ever since Stirling began its great part in our community of Rockingham. I would now like to take the time to acknowledge some of the magnificent work done by community organisations and individuals in my electorate over the last few months. Last month, the City of Rockingham hosted the Rockingham Seniors and Carers Expo. Just like in previous years, the Expo was a huge success thanks to the enormous effort of everyone involved. But it's an enormously popular expo, and of course it has not been happening because of COVID, so everyone was really very pleased to be back in the Mike Barnett Sports Complex to see the Expo. I want to congratulate all the stall holders who attended and thank everyone who took the time to come and talk to my team and me as I walked around the venue to ask questions or even just say a nice hello. Seniors are an important and integral part of our community. It's crucial that they have access to the most up-to-date information and the best care possible. The Rockingham Seniors and Carers Expo offers people the opportunity to ask questions in person and explore options about care and the many other services available to them. I attended alongside my state colleagues, the member for Warnbro, Paul Papalia, and the member for Kwinana, Roger Cook, and both of their teams. Our stall provided information on Labor's plan to put the care back into aged care for the people in our communities, as well as millions of people across the country. Across from our stall at the Expo were representatives from the Southern Communities Advocacy Legal Education Service, or SCALES. SCALES provides free legal advice, assistance and advocacy to people living in the City of Kwinana and the City of Rockingham who would otherwise be limited in their access to legal services. SCALES also provides vital support to women fleeing domestic violence. Last year, SCALES was the recipient of a grant facilitated through my office, which was used to renovate their family violence unit. Earlier this year, I had the chance to visit the clinic and catch up with some of the workers and volunteers. I was reminded of the vital importance of services like SCALES, I was inspired by their unwavering commitment to the community. SCALES is just one of those many community groups right across the country, particularly in my electorate of Brand, that work so hard for the people of Rockingham and Kwinana. I'd like to acknowledge one of our community's outstanding volunteers, Mr Owen Farmer. Owen is a past winner of the City of Rockingham's Community Citizen of the Year Award, and I've known Owen for many years. In fact, when I first got elected in 2016, he was one of my first volunteers. Aside from helping me out to get elected, he has worked tirelessly and, arguably much more importantly, to advocate for people in our community, particularly those impacted by homelessness. In October, he teamed up with the Salvation Army and the City of Rockingham's Deputy Mayor, Hayley Edwards, for the Rough It for Rockingham initiative. Rough It for Rockingham involved a sleep out held in conjunction with World Homelessness Day and aimed to raise both awareness and funds for those in our community living rough. So far, Rough It for Rockingham has raised nearly $25,000, and I really want to thank everyone involved, not only for this initiative, but for your ongoing commitment for those that are doing it tough in our community, particularly over the winter. And I know Owen has supposedly announced his retirement from his advocacy and activism. I'm sure he doesn't mean it, and I'm sure he will be back out there. He's a tireless worker for the community. Thank you so much, Owen. At this year's Perth Airport Tourism Awards, two organisations in my electorate were recognised as some of the top tourism operators in Western Australia. The Rockingham Visitor Centre took home silver in the Visitor Information Services category, and the Rotary Club of Palm Beach was also awarded silver in the Festivals and Events category for last year's Channel 7 Rockingham Beach Cup. The Rockingham Beach Cup is held every year and combines a day at the races with a day at one of Australia's most beautiful beaches, that is Rockingham Beach. The 2022 Beach Cup took place last weekend. Unfortunately, I could not attend as I was overseas, but I've been in the past, and it is a fantastic celebration of horses and racing, but also of the local community. More than 20,000 people flocked to the beach in their best outfits and fanciest hats to watch on as jockey Kate Whitten rode horse Decoy Noxious to victory. I'd like to congratulate the Rockingham Visitor Centre and the Rotary Club of Palm Beach for their tremendous achievements, and also, of course, to Kate Whitten for winning what I think is one of the biggest events in Australia's racing calendar. I'll take no argument from those in Victoria. And finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to my friend and colleague, the Honourable Alannah McTernan MLC. Alannah is bringing her long parliamentary career to an end. Remarkably and possibly uniquely in this country, and perhaps maybe anywhere in the world, it's hard to know, Alannah has served at all levels of government in this country. She first became a member of the WA Legislative Council in 1993 and then became a member of the Legislative Assembly in 1996 to 2010. She went on to become the Mayor of the City of Vincent in the metropolitan areas of Perth from 2011 to 2013. And then she moved on from the City of Vincent and became a member in this place as the member for Perth for a term from 2013 to 2016. After this, she then returned to state politics and again became an MLC at the 2017 Western Australian state election. It's hard to keep track of Alana. Since that election, she has been a minister in the highly successful McGowan government of WA. Anyone who knows or has met Alana knows what a force she is. There are many members in this place now that have worked with her while she was a member for Perth. And I'm very lucky to have worked with her as the current Minister for Agriculture and Food, for Hydrogen and Regional Development. She attended the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum recently in Darwin and had, as always, so much to contribute. In Western Australia, Alana McTernan is a legend. For my community, she literally changed the lives of many people, and some people might forget this. But as the minister responsible for infrastructure at the time, she was responsible for the construction and ultimate opening of the Mandurah rail line, which travels about 70 kilometres from Mandurah in the south to the Perth CBD. This changed Rockingham and Warnbro and Kwinana and Wellard, that are 4 stations along the rail line. As someone who grew up in Rockingham, to get to Perth when I was a young person, I had to sit on a bus from Rockingham to the city. I think it's at least 2 hours, so you kind of didn't go, or you had to wait till someone turned 17 and got a driver's licence, or you'd sit on a bus and get annoyed. So you kind of couldn't get out of town to go visit other places. And to commute to work, I bought my first home with my husband in Shoalwater Bay before the rail line was constructed, and used to commute up to the University of Western Australia by car, and it was became one of the most depressing experiences when you have to take long commutes in crowded roads with no public transport availability. It can really make a dent in your attitude to work, but also your home life. And so what Alana did, and what the state government at the time did by investing in the Southern Suburbs Railway, as I said before, it changed the lives of many. It made what was some 2-hour commute in a bus or an hour and a half by car into a 35-minute commute. So to this day, sometimes instead of driving to Perth, I do get on the train from Rockingham up to the city. It's only when there are sometimes risks involved in that I cannot do it, but it certainly is the easiest, most convenient way to get around. It allows easy transport. It was delivered by Alana on time and on budget. And I've had the chance over 3 elections now to campaign in the town of Rockingham and Kwinana, and sometimes I campaign with Premier Mark McGowan, who's enormously popular in Western Australia, as some might be aware, and you'll go through shopping centres with him and people will come and say hello. But when you go to shopping centres and campaign with Alana McTernan in my hometown of Rockingham, you are literally mobbed. People love that woman because she delivered so much for them. Important infrastructure that changed their lives, made them able to access affordable transport from their homes in the outer suburbs of the metropolitan area into the city. They didn't have to do the long car trips. So I know people may think I'm over-egging the importance of public transport, but can I tell you, after spending a year driving in a car for an hour and a half back and forth to Perth, the change that it made to my life and to others was enormous. Aside from that, she's done so much in other portfolios, in regional development and in agriculture. Her enthusiasm for Western Australia and all of its potential, regional development, an advocate for mining and resources, just like all Western Australian ministers are. She knows the values of that industry to our state and therefore our country. She deserves a quiet retirement. I'm not sure her personality will permit that, but in any event, I do wish Alana and her family a fun retirement, and I thank you for your friendship, Alana. All the great advice you gave me as I set out to become a member of this place, and I wish you well. Thank you. I thank the House.
I thank the member. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my role as the Shadow Assistant Minister for Regional Development and member for Mallee, I am passionate about regional Australia, and I am passionate about my home electorate. Mallee is the largest division in Victoria, over a third of the state, with 83,412 square kilometres in my electorate. That is a lot of ground to cover and a lot of infrastructure required to meet the needs of Mallee residents. The 12 local councils in Mallee are committed to getting their local projects off the ground and ensuring residents and visitors alike benefit from them. Many of my fellow Coalition MPs represent country areas too, with the same desire to see their electorates prosper. But before a sod can be turned, before a switch can be flicked, or before a contract can be signed, there needs to be one key thing, and that is funding. Funding which turns a dream into reality. That word buys materials, pays wages and ensures projects get off paper and into bricks and mortar. Without funding, there are no projects and no progress. Labor's axing of the Building Better Regions Fund Round 6 and the Community Development Grants Program in this year's budget robbed the regions of that funding that they desperately need. For Mallee, the removal of this funding was far-reaching and hurts so many people. For example, it impacts family businesses which rely on tourists who would visit and stay at Beaufort from funding applied for by the Pyrenees Shire Council. It takes away the opportunity for students to study medicine in Mildura at La Trobe University because the biomedical wet lab funding has been taken away. This is a crying shame. Time and time again, our best and brightest students with goals to become a doctor or an allied health worker need to leave the regions and go to the city in order to study. And time again, we lose them permanently. They fall in love, find a good placement near the hustle and bustle of city life and spread their wings. The problem for smaller regional towns is that most don't come back. Being able to train healthcare workers locally at La Trobe University in a wet lab would help solve that problem. No longer will all potential doctors and nurses leave the region to study in the city. They can choose to stay, to do their placements locally and contribute significantly to solving the regional healthcare crisis. Minister King, the Minister for Infrastructure, paints all projects delivered to the regions under the Building Better Regions and the Community Development Grants Program as pork barrelling, as favouring coalition seats. It is the ultimate hypocrisy given what we know. Minister King's government will describe coalition funding for the regions as a rort, all the while granting $2.2 billion of funding to the state Labor government heading into an election next week. And this funding is not for regional projects in Mallee, but for Dan Andrews' suburban rail loop, a project the Victorian Auditor-General has stated he has yet to see the economic rationale for. And while Labor like to say that Infrastructure Australia should approve large-scale projects such as the suburban rail loop, they have not cited it. Let's face it, the promise of the suburban rail loop in Melbourne helps Labor's re-election in contested urban seats. I understand Minister King doesn't see it this way, but it cannot be seen as anything but politicisation, given her views on regional funding by the Coalition. It is the role of every politician in this building to deliver for their electorate. The Coalition delivered for Mallee, Wannon, Bendigo, Ballarat, Parkes, Maranoa, Durack and Grey, all regional seats because we represent regional seats. Given the Liberal and National parties represent the majority of regional communities, they are therefore more likely to benefit from a regional grants program than the Labor Party, unsurprisingly, which represents fewer regional electorates. The National Party supports our regions. We fight for our communities' interests. I have invited Minister King to visit and meet with stakeholders in my electorate and see how important the projects in Mallee are. She is welcome to drive up the Calder Highway if she can get through and tell people in Mallee why they don't deserve the funding, and to explain how the funding we have delivered or had promised in the election amounted to corrupt rorting of the system. Mr Deputy Speaker, history provides some salient evidence of the pot calling the kettle black. In 2013, under Labor and the Prime Ministership of Kevin Rudd, Minister King was the Minister for Regional Australia, Local Government and Territories. In 2013, Labor had the Regional Development Australia Fund, with Minister King having the power to sign off or scrap projects. It was a predecessor to the Building Better Regions Fund, designed to ensure regional Australia genuinely got its slice of the pie. It was in this period the Australian National Audit Office highlighted some interesting facts. Fact 1. More than a quarter of all projects approved by Minister King under rounds 3 and 4 of that fund had not been recommended for funding by the advisory panel. Fact 2. 80% of decisions Minister King made to not award funding, even though they had been approved by an advisory panel, were located in coalition-held electorates. Fact 3. Minister King approved 23 projects worth almost $91 million that the advisory panel specifically recommended not to fund, as they did not represent value for money or failed to achieve the objects of the program, according to the Australian National Audit Office. These projects were, of course, in Labor seats. Fact number 4. In round 3 of the Regional Development Australia Fund alone, 93% of recommended applications that were rejected were held in coalition electorates. The Australian National Audit Office has already reported on the merits of the Building Better Regions Fund, despite what Minister King says. It acknowledged Building Better Regions was well designed in a number of respects, and the last 2 rounds were structured to support communities through tough circumstances, including drought, bushfires, floods and the ongoing effects of COVID-19 in regional communities. We know the Audit Office is non-partisan. It gives a straight-down-the-line account and fair judgment, which is all regional Australia should be expecting from their minister. Again, I call on Minister King to reflect on how she can ensure the regions get their fair share. And by regions in Victoria, I do not mean Bendigo, Ballarat and Geelong. When Australia was in the middle of the pandemic and cities looked like ghost towns, it was our regions that continued producing, and their reward has been only lip service from the Labor government's recent budget. But the Coalition has given them the model to change this. We have a proud record when it comes to infrastructure spending in the regions. We delivered record investments across Australia, supporting 40,000 jobs. The Coalition Government increased the federal infrastructure investment pipeline in the March 2022-23 budget to $120 billion to create new jobs, keep people and freight moving and drive economic growth. The Coalition's last budget also announced an additional $17.9 billion to road, rail and community infrastructure projects across Australia. We know that Australia relies on its regions, and the regions know they can rely on a coalition to deliver. Labor has a chance to show the regions can rely on them too. And if they do so, I would be the first to congratulate them. They may not have started well with the cuts to regional infrastructure funding, including to projects such as the $6.4 million Sawyer Park Pavilion upgrade applied for by the Horsham Rural City Council, or the cut to $3.5 million Reimagining Robinvale project applied for by the Swan Hill Rural City Council, or the $845,000 Dunmunkle childcare applied for by the Yarriambiack Shire Council. The good news with that particular application is that the state government, both sides, have approved that funding. And I heartily congratulate the Yarriambiack Shire Council on their persistence and their diligence in fighting for this childcare centre. The $1 million Beaufort Lakeside Tourism Park development applied for by the Pyrenees Shire Council, also applied for in the Building Better regions. The Mildura Clay Target Club $1.6 million upgrade, which was applied for by the company Green Range. Or the $5.1 million Nexus accommodation project applied for by the Birchip Cropping Group. The Birchip Cropping Group is outstanding in its innovation in drawing scientists to a regional area to look at agriculture for the future. It desperately needs accommodation and has had its extensive business case and the plans drawn up. It's now waiting for potentially another program to rise. These projects were all projects under the Building Better Regions Round 6 funding. As for the Community Development Grants program, Labor cuts have affected the following: the Mildura Tracks and Trails, $13.5 million, an incredibly important project for tourism to link the Murray from one end to the other, to improve healthy lifestyles for everyone who wants to travel to the regions. La Trobe University and CAN Group in Mildura lose out on $5 million for research between medicinal cannabis growth and the La Trobe University, a fantastic project that would see, again, scientists rise in our regional areas. Davis Park in Nil is set back with $1.6 million that it will not be receiving from the current government. La Trobe University Biomedical Wet Lab, I've already spoken about. Deledio Reserve in Denali, $3.6 million. Carini Street Reconstruction Project in Swan Hill, $2.5 million. And upgrades to Castle Crossing Road in Nandjalok, currently dealing with major floods, will be even more desperately needing funding than the $290,000 promised in the community development grants. Despite the current poor outcome for regional communities in Mallee, they are typically quite understanding. They don't hold grudges and they work on solutions. It's time for Labor to assure country people they will not abandon the regions. Help our Mallee towns build childcare centres to get their children looked after and give parents the option to go back to work. Help the Mallee tourism industry get visitors back to our beautiful, pristine Mallee country, particularly once the floods have dispersed. Help regional education to train our next workforce and to keep our local brightest sparkling in the regions. Do these things and Labor will be giving people in Mallee the infrastructure funding they deserve. I am calling on Labor to show respect to the regions. I will always fight for the people of Mallee and for regional communities across Australia, but I call on Labor to step up and do the same.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in May this year, the people of Newcastle joined voters from across this vast continent who went to the polls to elect a new government, a Labor government under the leadership of Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. I am so very grateful to the people of Newcastle for the faith they've entrusted in me to represent them once again, giving me this opportunity to stand on their behalf in this Australian Parliament. I have never stopped standing up for Newcastle since my election in 2013, though at times it was incredibly challenging to push for progress from the opposition benches. For a coalition government that never really understood us, Novocastrians, never really understood our region. But I'll admit, it is much, much better to be in government, although I am very conscious of never taking a single day or moment of this for granted. We have a big agenda and we are getting stuck in. I'm thrilled to be part of a Labor government determined to build a better future for Newcastle. Newcastle has always been a forward-thinking and progressive city. And Novocastrians are smart, full of initiative, gritty, determined and incredibly engaged. In fact, in my first speech in this parliament back in 2013, I paid tribute to my predecessor as the federal member for Newcastle, Sharon Greerson, and her vision of Newcastle as a centre for excellence of clean energy research and innovation. And I thank those former Rudd and Gillard Labor governments for believing in Newcastle and investing in our future. And now, once again, Labor has returned to government. We're building on that vision and ensuring that Newcastle remains at the forefront of opportunity and progress in all forms of energy, in education, in healthcare, and in aged care and infrastructure. And we're making sure that women's equality is at the heart of all our policies, because what's good for women is good for everyone. It's good for our economy, it's good for our society, and this government understands that if you have a big tent and include everyone in, there is actually more to be gained than leaving people excluded. Newcastle was overlooked by the former coalition government for nearly a decade, and now the Labor is getting on with the big reforms that change lives and the local projects that will help shape Newcastle's future. We're delivering on commitments that we made to the Australian people, including cheaper childcare. More than 7,300 families in Newcastle stand to benefit directly from those changes. Expanding paid parental leave to 26 weeks and remedying gross anomalies that, pervertly disincentivise some parents from being able to take leave because they didn't fit the traditional model of a family unit. And we have made massive investments now into social and affordable housing. There is no issue, perhaps, that concentrates the minds of people in my community more than the fact that we are seeing generations of Novocastrians being priced out of home ownership and increased levels of homelessness amongst particularly vulnerable people in our communities. We're delivering on long overdue climate action, and we're delivering cheaper medicines and accessible health services. We are less than 6 months into government, and we are not wasting a second. If I turn to some of the very localised commitments that we made during the election, and I am enormously proud of delivering now. The first one, and I note that the member for Hunter joins me in this chamber right now, is the saving of our GP Access After Hours service in our region. The GP Access After Hours service at my local Calvary Mater Hospital was forced to close its doors on Christmas Eve after years of cuts from coalition government. At the same time, the operating hours were reduced at the other 4 remaining clinics, at the Belmont Hospital, Maitland Hospital, the John Hunter Hospital and Toronto Polyclinic, which sits in the member for Hunter's electorate. All of this at a time when we're in the midst of a global pandemic, when people needed access to quality health care more than ever. It was a vital service, not just during pandemics, but I can assure everybody in this House there is not a single family in my electorate that has not made use of this service. It has been vital, as I said, for every family in our region, and the Liberals turned the lights out and stripped away access to affordable and accessible health services in our region. That was the thanks. That was the Christmas present to Newcastle, was to close the Calvary Mater Clinic doors on Christmas Eve. Well, Labor is restoring that funding as a priority and is making sure that the GP Access After Hours service is sustainable long into the future. This funding will mean patients are able to access face-to-face and telehealth primary care services outside of the usual business hours. Because guess what? Kids don't get sick conveniently between 9 and 5 p.m. These services will be bulk billed and delivered by local GPs and registered nurses and will significantly reduce the pressure on our emergency departments. What you earn or where you live should never determine your access to affordable health care. We have also helped the Caden Centre in my electorate. Last year, I was told that the Caden Centre exercise clinic for cancer patients was being forced to close its doors. The Caden Centre provides affordable, individualised exercise programs for oncology patients, some of whom travel long distances to access the support that this centre provides. There is nowhere else in our region providing the kind of oncology exercise programs that is being provided through the Caden Centre. I knew we could not afford to lose this vital service, so Labor has provided $1 million to reopen the Caden Centre and keep it functioning as an integral part of cancer care in our region and beyond. Let's think about climate change. Our Labor government is taking climate change seriously, and that is why we've delivered on our election promise to set a 43% target to reduce emissions by 2030. This is a baseline. If we can do better, we will do better. But to keep us on track, we've reinstated the Climate Authority, stocked with leading scientists and experts to monitor the targets and provide specialist advice to government. We're investing in solar banks, electric vehicle infrastructure, upgrading Australia's electricity grid, rolling out 10,000 new energy apprenticeships and skilling the clean energy workforce, and that's not all, but it's a very good start. With our highly skilled workforce, our abundant resources, our industrial expertise, our superb rail and port infrastructure, Newcastle is poised to take full advantage of the new energy industries. And that's why we are investing $16 million for a new energy skills centre at the University of Newcastle to train the workforce of the future. We're also investing $100 million in a green hydrogen hub at the Port of Newcastle. Newcastle and our region has powered Australia for generations, and investments like these mean that our region will continue to drive forward the next generation of growth and become a new energy superpower in our region. This new facility will test and invent solutions to global challenges when it comes to the use of hydrogen and other new energy industries. The skills, the techniques, the technologies developed by this project will enable local industry to grow to their fullest potential. We are thinking ahead and we are planning for the future because that's what Labor governments do. The Australian Labor Party has always known the value of access to education, which is why we have created almost 1,000 additional new places at the University of Newcastle, and we've committed to fee-free TAFE for skill shortage sectors. I think the former Labor Prime Minister Gough Whitlam puts it best when he said, "Everybody in Australia is entitled to the same education facilities, whether it be in respect of education at the kindergarten or tertiary stage or at the postgraduate stage." Well, Whitlam's vision, and I know we are soon to mark the 50th anniversary of Gough Whitlam as our Prime Minister, his vision and the work of successive Labor governments means that we now have close to half of all students completing high school that go on to receive a tertiary education, whether that's at university or TAFE. And whether you're in Newcastle or Sydney or Wilcannia, everyone should have the same educational opportunities from the very start. And I know that in regions like ours, there are people who have really struggled to gain access to tertiary education, and those additional, almost 937 additional Commonwealth-supported places at university are just going to open the doors to a whole lot of kids who might otherwise not have had the opportunity to benefit from a quality tertiary education. And, you know, at times when so many of our communities are undergoing massive change, then a quality education is never more important than it is now. When we look at schools these past few years, it's been especially difficult for a lot of Australian kids in school, which is why our government is investing $474.5 million over 2 years to help students bounce back. All schools will benefit from the $203.7 million student wellbeing boost. A new voluntary mental health check tool will also assist schools to identify students who are struggling so they can get the help they need. The Schools Upgrade Fund will provide $270.8 million to support improvements in ventilation and air quality, as well as larger refurbishments to public schools. And the government will also deliver on our commitment to help tackle the teacher shortage, investing in bursaries worth up to $40,000 each and expanding the High Achieving Teachers program to attract our very best to what is the most important of professions. We're investing in transport infrastructure, and rail in particular plays a significant role in connecting people to their families and employment opportunities and improving the accessibility and livability of regional communities like Newcastle. So we have committed $500 million for early works to high-speed rail between Sydney and Newcastle, and in the meantime we are working on faster rail. No more talking about it, we're making it happen. Labor's National Rail Manufacturing Plan will ensure that more trains are built right here in Australia by local manufacturing workers. Every dollar of federal funding spent on rail projects will go towards creating local jobs and providing a sustainable industry. Newcastle Olympic Football Club is one of the many sporting organisations that were dudded in the government's infamous sports rorts, cheated by almost $500,000 despite their hard work and excellent submission, which an independent assessment gave them a higher score than other projects in government-held seats which did receive the funding. That's why Labor has righted this wrong and returned funding to the Hamilton Olympic Sporting Club. We've invested $4.7 million to begin the process of restoring sand to Stockton Beach. We'll also fund the feasibility studies to identify additional sources of sand to fix what has been a terrible oversight and a critical need in that community. This critical funding wouldn't have happened without the strong advocacy and activism of the Stockton community. Their role in the fight to save Stockton Beach has been crucial, and I thank them for their courage, determination and commitment. This victory is yours, and I'm committed to the people for Newcastle in representing them in this parliament and delivering for our city. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This budget is really a missed opportunity for rural and regional Australians. Missing programs for rural and regional Australians and missing projects for rural and regional Australians. And if regional Australia was a dartboard, the walls around it would be full of holes. The government isn't spending less, but it is spending less in regional and rural Australia. And the regions, including my electorate of Nichols, are suffering the same cost of living pressures as the rest of Australia. The median weekly family income in Nichols is $1,682, according to the 2021 census data collected by the ABS. And that is significantly less than the median of $2,136 for Victoria and $2,120 nationally. So the people in my electorate are doing it particularly tough. For 30% of renters in Nichols, their weekly rent repayments are greater than 30% of the weekly household income. And for those who are in their own home with a mortgage, at the time of the census, 11.5% had monthly payments equal or greater than 30% of their household income. But of course, this has got worse because interest rates since the census have gone up and up and up in a bid to curb rapidly rising inflation. The proportion of spending a third of their income to cover their mortgage will have surely risen significantly, and the more rate rises are being flagged. And these households, these families in Nichols are under pressure on multiple fronts. More of their income is going just to keep a roof over their head, while at the same time they are paying more to put food on the table and put fuel in the family car. The budget, which enshrines ambitious emissions targets and a rapid transition to renewable energy, places even more pressure on families. Under this budget, the cost of living of many Australians, most Australians, but particularly people in my electorate of Nichols, is going up. Power prices are going up by more than 50%. Gas prices are going up by more than 40%. Taxes are going up, with 142 billion more receipts to be collected. Unemployment is forced to go up. Real wages, despite the rhetoric from this government, are forced to go down. And interest rates, as I have already said, are continuing to go up. It's a high-taxing and high-spending budget that does nothing to help families get ahead. Families in Nichols needed a budget with a clear plan to tackle costs of living pressures on families. Instead, they've been just sort of a commitment that we'll try. I think the government's out of its depth on energy policy. It has a plan, but as the budget forecasts clearly show, it is a plan to heap greater costs on families while it recklessly pursues its emissions agenda. Now, on the subject of climate change, we need to respond to climate change. We need to reduce emissions, but we don't need to put a wrecking ball through the economy to get there. We don't need to burden families with the soaring costs of energy forecast in this budget. But for Nichols, the budget was not without merit. Two very important projects committed to by the coalition-winning government were confirmed in the budget. $3.3 million under the Community Development Grants Program towards the construction of a new multi-sport stadium in Yarrawonga, a necessary project that has the backing of the Moira Shire Council, the community, user groups and the Victorian Government. And the second project, also under Community Development Grants Program, is for $600,000 for Shepparton Food Share. And I'd like to tell you a bit about Shepparton Food Share. It's an amazing volunteer-based community organisation that does such important work, including offering relief to families during the recent floods in my electorate. And when we had the COVID lockdowns previously, last year, I was part of the volunteer effort that went around taking food to families that couldn't leave their houses and because they were locked down, and because so many people were locked down, the supermarkets couldn't deliver. So Food Share organised an army of volunteers to take necessary food supplies around to lockdown families. Food Share, this organisation's never had a permanent home. It's relied instead on the generosity of commercial property owners, but of course they keep being bounced around. And their temporary base actually was flooded during the recent crisis. They relocated to another shed and continued their important work, but they need a permanent home. And the $600,000 community development grant for Food Share gives them a permanent home. And those grants were finally confirmed by Labor after they'd already flagged its intention to scrap the community development grants. So I mourn the loss of the community development program because it did so many really good things in my electorate and others. But I'm pleased that those two projects, necessary projects, were funded. And I think that the program has fallen foul of the mistaken view of this government that any grant scheme that is non-competitive is simply a slush fund for pork barrelling. It's a politically convenient view, but it ignores the fact that local members are part of their communities. And never is this more true than in regional areas. And a better place than isolated bureaucracies in Canberra to make sensible determinations about community priorities and needs. Who could argue that grants supporting children to participate in organised sport and stay healthy and socially connected in a regional town, or funding to provide a dedicated base for a community organisation like Shepparton Food Share, which in turn provides basic food parcels to those in need, were not merit-based. Now, I just want to make the point too that there was a third community development grant project supported and really driven hard by my predecessor, Damien Drum, in the seat of Nichols. The Nationals backed a multi-million-dollar grant and worked with the community to upgrade the terminal at the Bendigo Airport. And that airport is in the Bendigo electorate, held by Labor for many years and still held by Labor. But this project was supported on merit because of the potential to attract commercial airline services to operate from the Bendigo Airport, services that would benefit the constituent of Nichols, but also mainly the constituents of Bendigo. And the flawed premise that any money hard won by the Nationals and dedicated to support regional Australia is somehow inappropriate or open to abuse underpins the attitude in this anti-Bush budget. And I think that Bendigo effort by my predecessor really underlines that. The Regional Accelerator Program, a grant program intended to administer over $2 billion over 5 years across a range of sectors, was scrapped in this budget. Broadly, the program was to target support for regional businesses and communities to access funding for local priorities in infrastructure, manufacturing, industry development, skills training, research and development and education. We had tranches of funding, regionalisation, modern manufacturing, the Critical Minerals Accelerator, supply chain resilience, Australian apprenticeship initiatives, Trailblazer University program and education infrastructure, a centre for digital agriculture, innovation and adoption hubs, recycling modernisation and export market development. Now, how did this look in Nichols, Mr Deputy Speaker? Well, I was advocating for a lot of projects before I entered Parliament as a community leader and a community member. In an apolitical way, I wanted to work with whichever government was in, whether it's here in Canberra or the Victorian state government. But one of the worst things that besets our community is the long-term and critical shortage of health, aged and community care workforce at our local hospital, Golden Valley Health, which is the major regional health facility in Nichols. Double the current number of workers is required for the future. Acute shortages already exist in nursing, midwifery and allied health. So often the best solutions are the solutions that communities come up with themselves, not that sort of come as a thought bubble from one of the very good workers here in the bureaucracy in Canberra. So to improve the recruitment and retention of these workforce groups, La Trobe University, Goulburn Ovens TAFE and Golden Valley Health, the hospital, proposed a purpose-built centre of excellence in rural nursing, midwifery and allied health education in the Goulburn Valley. And it's called the GV Rural Clinical School. And it's designed to service the mission of each of these organisations that we need to grow our own health workforce through the provision of state-of-the-art learning, teaching and research facilities designed for professional development of both student and qualified rural nurses, midwives and allied health clinicians, and place-based. The partnership would offer flexible nursing, midwifery programs, undergraduate, postgraduate. I'm such a big believer in the fact, and I've seen the proof of it, that regionally based tertiary education is what helps develop people in regional areas and what helps a workforce train and work in regional areas. And I'm a beneficiary of it. I did a Bachelor of Applied Science in Agriculture at the Dookie campus of University of Melbourne, and I did an MBA at the Shepparton campus of La Trobe. I'm an example of it, whether you think I'm a good example or not, but I'm an example of what regional tertiary education can do, and that's why I want to come up to this place and work constructively to see it funded. And there's also what's referred to as the magnet effect from increasing opportunities for professional development and models that encourage a culture of learning. It improves recruitment and, importantly, in the health sector, it improves the retention of clinicians. Now, the $19 million that the Nationals committed to spend to launch this joint initiative between La Trobe and Golden Valley Health and GoTAFE, which would have seen significantly more young people from the regions trained and go and work in aged care and hospitals where we need nurses, that's gone with scrapping of this program. So a real disappointing outcome. And another disappointing outcome is a plan to fund the Seymour Wellness Hub as another great initiative that came out of Regional Accelerator. And it's a plan to address disadvantage in that wonderful community of Seymour by improving access for 10,000 people to integrated health and mental health support and other community services. So, when people come in, they're not just being treated for the symptoms of what they might have, they're being treated in a holistic way. Can we help you with your education? Can we help you with a job? Can we help you with your health? Can we help you with your mental health? How are your kids going? That's what the Seymour Wellness Hub was going to do. And this is the reality of regional funding under the Coalition. Important projects that benefit regional communities and add to their well-being, prosperity and lifestyle. So the Wellness Hub's another one that's gone as a result of Regional Accelerator going. So there's a lot of that this budget was really disappointing for regional infrastructure. There's a lot of plans for investment in roads, rail, bridges, dams, and community infrastructure facilities. I'm such a believer in that Australia's got a, I call it be a bit more like Germany, where we've got all these smaller, vibrant regional cities dotted around the place, linked together by rail, and when we don't just expand the mega cities in the way that that some nations do. But it's interesting, Germany's got a population of 80 million and their biggest city, Berlin, is 3 million. And the vibrancy of those manufacturing-based towns, and we've got a manufacturing-based town in Shepparton, it really benefits, but it takes infrastructure and it takes focusing on these regions. And I just think that, and the member for Riverina is beside me, and as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure, committed $400 million to the Shepparton Rail Corridor, which is going to mean that we've gone from 4.5 services a day, and that's because one of them goes to Melbourne and doesn't come back, 4.5 return services a day between Shepparton and Melbourne to 9 services a day. And that means that people will come down and on the hour at peak times, they'll be able to jump on one of those new Velocity trains. And member for Riverina worked with the Victorian Labor government on that. People in my part of the world were very impressed with that bipartisan approach. That's the sort of project that a federal government that cares about regions funds. It's going to have a significant improvement in the way that professional people are attracted to Shepparton and the surrounding regions. And that's the sort of visionary nation-building stuff that the member for Riverina, when he was the Deputy Prime Minister, funded. That's what I wanted to see in this budget, and I didn't see it. I instead saw the programs and the buckets of money that I was hoping to work constructively up here to develop regional Australia. I've seen them gone, and I haven't seen them replaced with anything. And for me, that's the real disappointment. And I also want to work constructively in the businesses. The manufacturing sector in the Golden Valley wants to work constructively on new lower emissions energy sources, because I share the desire to reduce our emissions. But that Regional Accelerator program, I had businesses such as SPC and others who wanted to dip into that and look at taking some of their energy use off the grid, developing biogas. There's a whole suite of programs. It's now gone. I think it's a missed opportunity, and I hope we can reconsider and work together towards regional development, properly funded.
Time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Minister for Defence Personnel and Veterans Affairs.
Deputy Speaker, the Australian Government is committed to investing in a better future for defence personnel, veterans and families. In opposition, we stood with defence personnel, veterans and their families to call for a Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide. In government, we took quick action in responding to important recommendations put forward by the Royal Commissioners in their interim report, making that report public as soon as we got it, rolling up our sleeves and following through with our formal response a month after the report was released. This budget follows through on our commitment to take action on the recommendations of the Royal Commissioner's report, and it delivers on our commitments from the federal election. Our veterans have protected us, and in return we must look after them. Key investments made in this budget seek to improve the claims processes for veterans, simplify legislation and ultimately better support defence personnel, veterans and families as they not only need but deserve. In implementing the government's response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide interim report, the Australian government will invest $233.9 million to engage 500 new frontline staff at DVA to eliminate the compensation claims backlog, delivering on a key election commitment made by the government. Recruitment is already underway, with several hundred people already employed. We will invest $9.5 million into developing a pathway for simplification and harmonisation of veterans' legislation. Invest $87 million to modernise IT systems in the Department of Veterans Affairs, improving claims processing. We are committing $24.3 million to provide increased support to veterans who are having their claims processed and to improve modelling capabilities needed to forecast and manage future demand for DVA services. And we've committed $15.5 million to support DVA's continued and timely engagement with the Royal Commission. The budget delivers on our election commitment to provide long-term benefits for defence personnel, veterans and families. We are committed to a better future for the veteran community with significant investments, including $46.7 million for 10 new veteran and family hubs across the country, more than doubling the size of the existing network, providing critical services to veterans and families in areas with significant defence and veteran communities. The veteran and family hubs will be established in regions announced during the election campaign with the most significant defence and veteran populations, backed up with data from the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Bureau of Statistics from the census. We've allocated $24 million to deliver the Veteran Employment Program, which will not only support veterans as they transition to civilian life, but also champion veteran employment by raising awareness of the skills and experience veterans have to offer the civilian workforce. We know that veterans sometimes have difficulty in getting access to employment as they leave defence, but also we know that they represent a great capability to support our economy moving forward. Being able to fill some of those skills gaps for people that have left defence or are looking to leave defence, making sure we smooth the pathway for them to be able to be great contributors to our economy, bringing their skills to bear. We invest so much in our defence personnel, and when they choose to leave, we want to make sure that they can provide the greatest benefit to businesses, making sure that businesses understand the great benefit that our veterans can provide. Whether it's in their leadership skills, their teamwork capacity, their analytical skills, their ability to work under pressure and to be agile. These are all critical skills in the modern economy now for any business. We've committed $4.7 million for the development of the Operation Navigator app, working with the Oasis Centre in Townsville to better support the Australian Defence Force personnel as they transition to the civilian workforce, be that through employment support or access to other services. In Parliament, we've also been discussing our $97.9 million commitment for a $1,000 a year increase to the totally and permanently incapacitated payments for veterans, providing additional financial support to around 27,000 of our most vulnerable veterans. And we've allocated $46.2 million to boost defence personnel and veterans' home ownership. The Australian Government recognises the important role ex-service and community organisations play in supporting defence personnel, veterans and families, and the budget commits $8.1 million to community-focused programs that not only support but pay tribute to the service and sacrifice of our veterans. These commitments include marking war graves, the Kokoda Track Memorial Walkway in Sydney, and combating veteran homelessness, alongside a $3.6 million commitment to support the planning, design and construction of the Scott Palmer Services Centre in Darwin. The government is committed to providing practical services and supports to defence personnel, veterans and families to ensure a better future for our veteran community. Deputy Speaker, our government is committed to delivering for local communities, like the electorate of Burt, the community I represent in Perth's southeastern suburbs. The Albanese government has hit the ground running, and the October budget is an important part of that. We focused on cleaning up the mess the previous government left behind, helping Australians with cost of living pressures and building a better future. We've been upfront with the people about the challenges facing the economy and the budget. After a decade of wasted opportunities and wrong priorities, the Liberals left us with $1 trillion of debt without the economic dividend to show for it. These are difficult times and hard choices are required to get the economy and the budget back on track. We can't clean up that mess overnight, but we are working every day to build a better future for Australia. That starts at home. We've announced the biggest boost to paid parental leave since it was introduced. An additional 6 weeks of leave for families, expanding the total leave payable up to a full 6 months. It brings with it flexibility to split the leave between parents so responsibilities can be shared more equally to best suit your family. Which brings me to our other massive win for local families. I'm proud that around 6,100 families in Burt will benefit from our cheaper childcare policy. Childcare costs have skyrocketed recently, some 41% increase in the past 8 years. It's a big cost to families and a massive disincentive for parents, especially mums, to do more paid work. Some parents can only afford to do 3 days a week of work because any more than that ends up costing them more in childcare costs. They go backwards. This commitment will mean that parents who want to work more can, not only supporting family finances but benefiting our economy and easing our skills shortages at the same time. These new laws mean that around 96% of local families with children in early education and care will be better off. We all know that cost of living pressures are really biting in our community. That's why it's so exciting that for the first time in its 75-year history, the maximum cost of general scripts under the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, the PBS, will fall. From the beginning of next year, no one will pay more than $30 for their PBS medications on a script. That's a decrease of $12.50. We're also working on delivering more secure, well-paid jobs and delivering the pipeline of skills that the country needs to drive future economic growth. Our government is delivering $9.6 billion in nation-building infrastructure projects, including right at home in Burt. Investments in Burt include removing the William Street level crossing in Beckenham, upgrading the train station and making people's journeys faster and safer, upgrading the Nicholson Road Garden Street intersection, a massive bottleneck, not to mention a headache for many people in our community, and one that the member for Tagney and I share in getting this job fixed. And we've committed $4 million towards building the new Langford Indoor Netball Centre so that our amazing athletes can train right in their backyard, closer to home, and have a pathway to elite sport. We've contributed $14.9 million to protect the Swan and the Canning rivers. We're supporting the Armidale Community Family Centre Toy Library with $50,000 to build a new shed, and we've put $40,000 towards a new community bus for the Australian Arab Association based in Thornley. I'm so proud that our community has chosen to elect me for another term as your representative, and this time as a minister in the Albanese Labor government. Thank you for putting your faith in me. I will not let you down. And Mr Speaker, if I can just briefly also mention that a big part of our agenda in government includes education. Our government will give Australians studying in areas of skills shortage access to free TAFE. We'll also deliver over 3,000 additional university places right in WA to train more teachers, nurses and engineers. We also know that the housing market is frankly mental at the moment. There's no point beating about the bush, it is completely insane. Too many Australians struggle for safe, secure and affordable housing, which is why we are committed to making meaningful, life-changing investments to help build new homes for those who need them most. We'll deliver 40,000 new social and affordable homes across the country. We're also working on implementing the Help to Buy scheme, which will support Australians on low incomes to buy their own home. These are just some of the measures from our budget that we've delivered since coming into government, Mr Speaker. They show how committed the Albanese Labor government is to delivering a better future for our nation. These are measures that will help responsibly address cost of living pressure. They are measures that go to the heart of making sure we can get access to more skilled workers, to support our businesses, to allow people to earn more, to make sure that our economy can move from the suffering that it has undergone under the previous decade of government, where we saw, frankly, anemic wage growth. We need to see wages grow. We need to see jobs be more secure. We've seen no action on that under the previous government, and now is the time to act, and we now have the opportunity to solve this problem, and we need the support in the Senate to make sure that our laws to provide secure work, better jobs, better pay are passed, and I call on the support of all of the parliamentarians to do just that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the Minister. It being 6:30 p.m, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 192B. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day, grievance debate.
The question is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise now to deliver a speech written for me by Amarita Kurogombe, a 15-year-old constituent from Griffith, for the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign, which asks young people around Australia what they think our new parliament should accomplish. I would like the new government of Australia to focus on ending offshore processing. I'm 15, and for my whole life, offshore processing has played a major part in Australia's approach to deter people from seeking asylum by boat. Rather than saving lives offshore, offshore processing and detention centres have ruined them. I would like the new Australian government to follow international protocols around asylum seekers and refugees by recognising that under Article 14 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, everyone has the right to seek and to enjoy in other countries asylum from persecution. All asylum seekers should be processed quickly in Australia, regardless of how or where they arrive. The Australian government has failed to uphold these international agreements, and as of the 31st of August 2022, 111 people are stranded in Papua New Guinea, 105 people are stranded in Nauru. These people are living within the community as they are not able to get visas or citizenships due to the Australian government. Offshore processing and detention centres are fully funded by the Australian government, and the Australian government spent $957 million, up from a projected $812 million in the 2021-2022 financial year. The Australian government's expenditure on this offshore system consistently exceeds the amount originally budgeted. Offshore processing should be brought to a formal end by providing everyone who has been subject to this policy since 2012 with settlement in Australia or countries like New Zealand who have offered to take asylum seekers. Shut down offshore processing and detention centres because everyone should be given fair chances and opportunities. Deputy Speaker, on the 29th of November will be the International Day of Solidarity for the Palestinian people. The United Nations has just appointed independent human rights experts to oversee specific issues around the world. There are currently over 50 special rapporteurs serving in this capacity. The Special Rapporteur on the situation on human rights in the Palestinian territories is Italian lawyer and academic Francesca Albanese, I assume no relation, and she has just presented a report to the General Assembly of the United Nations. In her 23-page report, she systematically records the current reality in the occupied Palestinian territories, and she says the only conclusion is that the Israeli state is undertaking a settler colonial regime, including implementing apartheid policies. The term apartheid applies, according to international law, when serious human rights violations are committed in the context of an institutionalised regime of systematic oppression and domination by one racial group over another, with the intention of maintaining that regime. It is clear apartheid applies here when violations include discriminatory laws and policies, denial of equal nationality and status, harsh movement restrictions, massive seizures of Palestinian land and property, restrictions of the right to political participation and popular resistance, discriminatory underinvestment in Palestinian communities in Israel, and restrictions of the rights of Palestinian refugees to return to their homes in Israel and the occupied territories. In her report, the Special Rapporteur says that we cannot ignore that the Israeli state has been an intentionally acquisitive, segregationist and repressive regime which has enabled for 55 years the disenfranchisement of the Palestinians. She notes these policies pursue the ultimate goal to consolidate minority rule over a native majority on lands usurped through force. She suggests a fundamental readjustment of the international community's approach to this situation, that we must, as we have with other processes of decolonisation around the world, focus on the self-determination of the colonised. She said that instead the international community has looked to peace processes based on negotiations. However, she says this whole framework is problematic. Israel's project over Palestinians has been a series of gross human rights violations. She goes on to say that a breach of international law should not be subjected to negotiations, as this would delegitimise what is illegal. Therefore, because of the illegality of the Israeli occupation, owing it to its prolonged, acquisitive and bad faith nature, the obligation of cessation of the occupation cannot in any way be conditioned on negotiations. There is also a practical reason, as well as an ideological one, of why the Middle East peace process and subsequent bilateral peacemaking attempts have proven ineffective. Politically mandated peace negotiations cannot succeed without resolving the Palestinians' enduring subordinate status. If we do not challenge Israeli settler colonial endeavours, then we cannot provide a basis for which Palestinian self-determination can be realised. I commend to the Australian government steps recommended by the Special Rapporteur. 1, for Australia to condemn all intentional violations by Israel of the Palestinians' right to self-determination, including a call for an immediate end to Israeli occupation of Palestine and a return of Palestinian resources that have been appropriated by Israel. Acting to ensure Israel has international accountability, including an international criminal court. That we review any business operating in Australia to ensure they are not complicit in the human rights abuses of Palestinians. To support this end, she recommends that the High Commissioner for Human Rights release, without delay, the updated databases of businesses involved in illegal settlements. Thank you.
The question is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, my grievance tonight is on the issue of access to GPs in my electorate and the material workforce shortages we're experiencing, as well as the large decline in bulk billing access. Deputy Speaker, this issue is especially important to me because there's no historical ambiguity when it comes to public health policy in this country, and that is Labor built Medicare and we will always protect it. As we've all seen in communities right across Australia, after 9 long years of cuts to Medicare by the former coalition government, it's never been harder or more expensive to see doctors than it is now. The former government froze the Medicare rebate for 6 years, ripping billions of dollars out of primary care and causing gap fees to skyrocket. And we're seeing the impact of material workforce shortages in my electorate, where doctors are walking away from general practice in droves. The Tullamarine Broadmeadows catchment, which takes in other suburbs across my electorate, is experiencing a severe GP shortage. A true count of GPs in the area by one of the largest players in the catchment shows a 0.71 GP full-time equivalent per 1,000 residents. That's less than 1 GP in 1,000 residents. Now, I'm aware that there are measures which speak to a 1.1 benchmark, but the reality in my electorate, the reality on the ground there, is that we're experiencing something very, very different. There's also another concerning consequence of the almost decade-long neglect from those opposite, and that is the large decline in bulk billing access within our community. The workforce shortage, combined with funding models, has caused a supply-demand imbalance in the area. It's my understanding that in the last 3 months, 7 clinics representing around 30% of all GPs in the Tullamarine Broadmeadows catchment switched from bulk billing to mixed or private billing. It is also my understanding that all major bulk billing clinics in Craigieburn, which is in the 33rd percentile in the index of relative socio-economic disadvantage, have now switched to mixed billing. As this trend continues, it is likely to soon impact suburbs such as Broadmeadows, one of the most disadvantaged areas in Australia. For context, Deputy Speaker, Broadmeadows is in the 2nd percentile of the index of relative socio-economic disadvantage. And most recently, a 9-person GP clinic switched from bulk billing to private billing in Broadmeadows. Now, I'm deeply concerned that the remaining bulk billing clinics, as well as bulk billing GPs in mixed billing practices, will increasingly switch to charging fees. Deputy Speaker, my electorate can't afford this, and the health of our community generally, and also locally in my area, cannot afford this, which is why I'm calling for an urgent review of the distribution priority access status for the Tullamarine Broadmeadows catchment and request it be granted full DPA status. Now, while I recognise that DPA is only a short-term measure and it will take a long time to secure GPs, I believe the area urgently requires this change. Deputy Speaker, the Australian Labor Party is the party of Medicare. And the previous Morrison government abandoned GPs and primary care and decided that dealing with the crisis they helped create was all too hard. Speaking to the crisis in general practice in Australia, the Australian Medical Association stating during the term of the previous government, and I quote, "This is the product of deliberate government policy over many years that has taken general practice for granted," quote unquote. And in reference to the Morrison government's failed budgets, the AMA said that the budgets those opposite put forward to the Australian people were all rhetoric and no funding, with more of the same. Now, Deputy Speaker, I would say that the attitude of those opposite to general practice and to the health and lives of the Australian people can be summed up by a word that comes up time and time again when it comes to their record of achievement in this area, and that word is neglect. Neglect has caused so much damage to the well-being of Australians across nearly a decade and to many in my electorate. So I'm pleased, Deputy Speaker, that at least such a difficult issue in my electorate is being addressed by this government. And I want to thank the Prime Minister and the Minister for Health and Aged Care, the Honourable Mark Butler, for hitting the ground running literally and tackling the day-to-day concerns of Australians, especially in health. The Minister for Health is speaking of real investment into Medicare to start to deal with a real crisis in general practice, and which he has described as probably the most terrifying of a range of real pressures in the health system. This is a marker of a government that explains the reality as it is, and of a minister that is aware of the real state of crisis that general practice is in at this very moment. Now, contrast this to what I can only describe as the near decade of generalised neglect from those opposite. Now, we've committed to investing in general practice and to strengthening Medicare with almost $1 billion of investment. Our Strengthening Medicare Task Force has already started to identify the best ways to boost affordability, improve access and deliver the better support for patients with ongoing and chronic illness, and this work is backed by the $750 million Strengthening Medicare Fund. Our 50 Medicare urgent care clinics will take pressure off our overwhelmed hospital emergency departments and make it easier to see a doctor when you need to see one. And after working tirelessly throughout the pandemic, we'll give our doctors the resources to invest in their GP practices with our $220 million Strengthening Medicare GP Grants program. And of added importance, Deputy Speaker, to the people of my electorate, through Labor's cheaper medicine policy, we've made the biggest reduction to PBS medicine prices since the scheme was established. Now, I acknowledge there's no easy fix here, and that these are problems that were created and compounded over a decade and have been over a decade in the making. And I want to quote from a constituent of mine, a resident of Craigieburn in my electorate, who notes, "Most bulk billing clinics around Craigieburn and surroundings are not entertaining new patients, and even applications like HotDoc don't allow appointments to be booked to see GPs, which is really bad and taking away the rights of a patient to consult a doctor. Most bulk billing clinics have changed to mixed billing in the last few months and now demanding more money from patients. It's just not acceptable and is a serious issue which requires our attention," quote unquote. Another local resident highlights that with the increased cost of living crisis, we cannot have patient access to medical care become another cost of living issue. It is these voices of grievance that I want to raise in this parliament, because their contribution to the debate is one that is most grounded in reality. While acknowledging the abandonment of the primary healthcare space by the former coalition government, I do believe that clinics also have a responsibility to their patients, first and foremost, and that they must factor in the realities of the people and the communities in which they operate in. The easy option of switching to mixed or private billing cannot be the immediate fallback position. We must all carry responsibility in the interest of patient care, and this responsibility must also be carried by our primary healthcare providers, because every person in my electorate deserves access to universal, prompt and world-class medical care. It's almost an established fact that general practitioners aren't being drawn to work in what is described as peri-urban areas. It's described as such because this reality is a social justice issue for the people of my electorate. It's a reflection of a shared reality from lived experience. What makes this even more damning is the amount of overseas trained doctors who live in my electorate who, if not for the difficulties associated with having their skills recognised, would otherwise help fill our shortages. Australia's medical bodies need to take a closer look at this. It's an issue which must be addressed because it's an issue that is forcing us to miss out on the possibility of addressing the workforce shortage. The disparity in health outcomes between wealthier areas and those at socio-economic disadvantage is something that is a reality, Deputy Speaker. But we must be determined to address the fact that just because something is a current reality does not mean it must be given, or it must be a given, or that it must continue or be allowed to continue. Disparities and determinants of health must be addressed, and done so in a way which draws a line between the near decade of neglect from those opposite and a Labor government that invests in the health of everyday Australians. The universality of Medicare is one of the Australian Labor Party's greatest contributions to Australia. Our fundamental belief is that it's your Medicare card, not your credit card, that should determine your access to health care in Australia. And just as every new Labor government has always had to do, I'm confident that cleaning up the mess left by the former coalition in this area will hopefully be among this government's greatest works and one of its greatest ongoing contributions to the people of my electorate and to this country.
The question is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to speak tonight about the Murray-Darling Basin and the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. And I'm prompted to do this by comments from the Water Minister saying that she plans to deliver the plan in full, and then goes on to say, to reference the 450 gigalitres that was promised to South Australia. Now, in 2 days' time, Deputy Speaker, I've been in this place 15 years. And one of the things when you've been here for a while is that you have a memory of what's gone on before. And so, just to clarify, when the Basin Plan was introduced, I actually voted for it. Not all my colleagues did. I think the member for Riverina and maybe the member for Hume at the time. There was a couple of coalition members who did not support it. I supported the Basin Plan. The 450 gigalitres was not part of the plan. It was a political announcement made by the then Prime Minister Gillard with the then Minister Burke to gain votes in South Australia. It's not based on science. It's not based on anything other than gaining support, political support in South Australia. And the problem when you do things like that, without doing the science, the research and the understanding of the system, is that it's very difficult to deliver. And part of the safeguards on that was the triple bottom line, that it can't have any negative social, economic or environmental impacts. And what's been shown with that 450 gigalitres is that it's pretty well impossible to deliver without actually impacting one of those three bottom line impacts. And so this gained a lot of traction during the drought, and I think what's coming to light now is that the Basin Plan really will maybe extend the flow in the rivers a little bit further into a drought, but basically nature is still in command. And when the drought really hit and there was no rain and there was no more water to come down, Basin Plan or no Basin Plan or an extra 450 gigalitres or not made no impact. And the frustrating thing was at that time, members of this place, members of the Senate, made political mileage by looking at the dry river, knowing that the Northern Basin is an ephemeral system and for millennia has gone from flooding to dryness and everything in between, aided by the ABC and others, to create a myth that the drought was actually man-made and the water had been sold to National Party donors and corporates, and it was a nonsense story. And now we are having major flooding, and I can tell you, in my electorate now there is about 3 peaks coming down the system, and I actually am very concerned about South Australia because they are dealing with the flooding in the Murray now, and there's a lot of water coming down the Darling system from the Northern Basin, and all the storage dams are full, and there's basically mankind does not have the ability to stop this flood. And so, you know, while we are tinkering around the edges, Mother Nature is clearly in command. And as I speak, I represent a third of the basin, and every square inch of it at the moment is in flood. So, you know, the storage dams and some of that did sort of help at the start, but once everything's full, it is full, and we are seeing, with the La Nina season, a very wet time. And so, in an attempt to I think, in the vanity of man wanting to control everything, we've actually seen some very negative things happen. And I'll go back to the last time the Labor Party were in government, and Penny Wong, Senator Wong, that was the minister, made some large purchases of water from productive use back to the environment. Now, that's, I guess in theoretical terms, is fair enough, but it wasn't strategic. And of course, there's always willing sellers because the government is in there with a lot of money. And so I'll give you a couple of examples. When she purchased the water from the Carl Betzer family's Twine and Pastoral Company, and I think from memory was over $300 million at the time, basically pretty well the only employer in the town of Collarenebri ceased to exist. And I think there was over 100 jobs went out of the Collarenebri region with the water going from Collymungle Station. At the same time, the water that was purchased from Twine and Pastoral Company in the Macquarie Valley had a severely negative impact on Warren. And so, what that means is that it's not just the water that goes. The cotton gin at Collarenebri is now, it's been dismantled and moved and sold somewhere else. The same, a lot of the businesses in Warren had a negative impact. And when Senator Wong purchased Terrell Station, 10% of the rate base of Berkshire was removed. 10% of the rate base of Berkshire and the jobs that went with it. And the irony of all of that is that the dams that were to be decommissioned found that they were actually habitat for native fish and water birds, and actually had environmental benefit. And so, there's still some frustration in the western part of that Darling region that the Terrell infrastructure hasn't been decommissioned. I'm not saying that everything that happened at that time was bad. There was a good example that was instigated at that time under Minister Burke, was the reconfiguration of the irrigation systems in the Macquarie Valley, and there was three irrigation systems that were reconfigured. They weren't effective in the way they were delivering water. There was too much wastage, and some of the more distant farms from the source of the water went on to poly pipe for stock. There was money that was allocated to putting in trickle irrigation, centre pivots and the like. And the productivity of that region and the sustainability of that region is now much more improved through those processes. So I'm a firm believer in improving the efficiency and in our term in government. So we funded programs that helped deepen dams so that, farm dams, so that the irrigation losses were less. There was money that went in to help improve efficiency, whether that was lateral moves, centre pivots, over bank irrigation, some work to re-engineer irrigation farms. And so there was some real water savings made without impacting the productivity of the region. And so what concerns me now is that with indiscriminate buying of water, we will see the cotton gyms not being viable and the like. And so I wish we could just take the politics out of this. I think the minister has been given a job to do, to tick the box that we're protecting the environment and saving the basin. And I think through lack of knowledge and understanding, ultimately we are going to see very, very negative impacts with this, because there are some projects that I'm supportive of, and I've been supportive of purchasing some of the licences along the interconnecting streams that come from Queensland into the Darling-Barwon system from northern New South Wales out of Queensland, which would help some of that connectivity of water that's already purchased. But they need to be very strategic with the idea of not cruelling entire communities by indiscriminate water buying just to tick the box on this. And so please be careful, because decisions now will impact these communities for now and ever more for, I believe, very negligible impact on the environment.
The question is that grievances be noted, and I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Listening to our First Peoples about what they want and crafting programs with their input is apparently a revolutionary concept that has not been tried. The Voice is about putting our First Peoples at the centre of decision-making. In medicine, we call this person-centred care. In government, then, it must be person-centred policy, and we need more of it across the board. The days of top-down policy making are over. And how does it start? With listening. I did plenty of listening as a doctor. As I said in my maiden speech, we need to listen to the front line. Those at the coalface, in this case our First Peoples and their communities, know the problems and they also know the solutions. The top-down approach of the past has not delivered the results, but worse, it has increased the mistrust between our First Peoples and government. My constituents in Higgins rightly ask, what is the Voice? The Voice will be a permanent advisory to Parliament that aims to make a practical difference by putting our First Peoples at the centre of decision-making. It is about ending a long legacy of well-intentioned but ultimately futile programs and policies that have not delivered for First Peoples nor met the expectations of the wider community. Entities have been formed, then dissolved, only to be reformed in another guise. In the past 30 years, at a national level, there have been at least 7 representative organisations. Let's go through them. These included the National Aboriginal Consultative Committee from 1972 to 77, the National Aboriginal Conference from 1977 to 85, ATSIC from 1989 to 2005, the Council for Aboriginal Reconciliation from 91 to 2000, the National Indigenous Council from 2005 to 2007, the National Congress of Australia's First Peoples from 2009 to 19, and the Prime Minister's Indigenous Advisory Council from 2013 to 2019. This list does not include representative organisations at the state and territory level. Billions of taxpayer dollars have been spent, but the results speak for themselves. Statistics on education, housing, domestic violence and health that are a national disgrace. To paraphrase Einstein, we can keep doing the same thing over and over again, but don't expect a different result. So how do we repair trust and end the stagnation? Our First Peoples have shown us the way. It has been a long and arduous journey towards implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart. It was over 14 years ago, in 2007, that Prime Minister John Howard promised Indigenous recognition in the Constitution. 12 years since Prime Minister Gillard established a panel to guide discussions on constitutional recognition, and 6 years since First Nations people explained what they wanted that to look like through the Uluru Statement of the Heart. Voice, treaty, truth, they cried, and it starts with listening, as it should be. This process, Deputy Speaker, has been going on for 12 years. How much longer should they wait? The Uluru Statement from the Heart is imbued with cultural authority. It emerged from a series of meetings of Indigenous Australians, community organisations and key stakeholders between December 16 and May 17. This process, known as the Dialogues, involving thousands of people from across the nation, discussed the structural problems facing our Indigenous communities, from health, housing, education, suicide, youth detention, domestic violence. The business of reaching consensus was messy. It always is. Not everyone who participated in the dialogues were happy. Some people walked away and now opine from the sidelines. Others, by virtue of their election to this House, falsely claim legitimacy on behalf of all First Peoples, when, like myself, they only represent their constituents. I don't profess to speak for all Australians. I represent the people of Higgins. The people who rolled up their sleeves and got this Herculean task done deserve more than our respect. They deserve follow-through. At the moment, Parliament does not have a systematic process for our First Peoples to provide input, meaning that policy is often made for them rather than with them. The Albanese government seeks a new spirit of partnership between Parliament and First Nations people. Empowering First Nations people is at the heart of our approach to closing the gap and aligns with our common values as Australians of fairness and decency. Rather than speculating on improvements we are likely to see with the voice, let's look at what has happened in its absence, and sadly there is no shortage of examples. The Raising the Age campaign of criminal responsibility is one example. Sure, juvenile detention is the purview of state and territory governments, but they can be influenced by public sentiment driven by a national conversation. Right now, in juvenile detention centres right across Australia, children, some as young as 10, are incarcerated. Our First Peoples children are overrepresented. According to campaigners, it has not been expedient for politicians to deal with this blight, which is why this problem has been kicked down the road for years. Those children are growing up. And do you think we've helped them as a society to find their better selves? With a voice, there can be no averting our eyes, no turning away from these inconvenient truths. Then there is merit of giving our lawmakers, people like me, some help. There will be occasions when First Peoples communities disagree. For example, over the management of a parcel of land that may be in the crosshairs of development. At present, it would fall to the Minister of the Day to arbitrate. Does that sound ideal? Wouldn't it be preferable to have a democratically elected body that is constitutionally enshrined to turn to for advice? A two-way flow of information is what the voice will deliver. It may also take the heat out of some of these testy discussions. There has been very little discussion about the spillover effects of the voice to Parliament. The focus has been on the practical difference it will make to the lives of First Peoples. But what about the impact on the wider community? As someone who has been on the receiving end of racism, I suspect that it will do more for fighting racism than any program we have implemented to date. And you know what the most powerful de-biasing force is? It's actually contact. Contact with people from different backgrounds in our schools, workplaces, sporting clubs, neighbourhoods. In my electorate, our sporting clubs are like the United Nations. However, at 3.2%, our First Peoples, as Noel Pearson said, are an extreme minority. Many of us will never cross paths with them. So how are we to really understand their lived experience? By relying on the news? No thanks. Really no thanks. A voice to Parliament short-circuits all of this and gives us an opportunity to hear directly from our First Peoples without any filter. In July this year, our Prime Minister proposed the following additions to the Constitution. The words are simply a starting point. There shall be a body to be called an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice. The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice may make representations to Parliament and the executive government on matters relating to them. The Parliament shall, subject to this Constitution, have power to make laws with respect to the composition, functions, powers and procedures of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice. It will be democratically elected and it will have regional and national representation, according to the Indigenous Voice Co-Design report of the previous government. And it will communicate through to the Parliament through a Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee. There are some details to be worked through, but through the working and engagement groups. The broad brushstrokes are there and the details will be filled in later. Why? Because we are running out of time. Justice delayed is justice denied. We will be asked in a referendum whether we support a modification to the Constitution that establishes an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice. To be successful, a yes vote must be supported by a majority of Australian voters and a majority of voters in at least 4 states. I believe that Higgins will vote yes. There is a groundswell of goodwill amongst my constituents. They understand that a voice is not a third chamber of Parliament. They understand that it does not have the power of veto. They understand that elected representatives like me will continue to make the laws. They understand that those laws are best crafted in collaboration with the people they affect. They see demands for more detail as running interference for the detractors. They understand that the voice is above politics because it came from the people. They also understand that the people it will most affect are falling further behind at an alarming rate. My constituents rile at injustice and will fight it on the beaches, in the corridors and in the streets. Surrendering to more of the same is not something they aspire to. The call of history is rising in our chests. Rather than divide us, the voice will bring us closer together. Why? Because if you believe, like I do, that reconciliation is the pathway to a more perfect Commonwealth, then the voice is that gateway. Let's walk through it together. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the grievance be noted, and I call the member for Canning.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Every year, thousands of families travel from Perth to Bali. Bali is a wonderful destination. Only 4 hours flight from Perth. It's bintangs, boardies, and a week in the sun. It's no wonder it's a holiday hotspot for many of my constituents and many people in Western Australia. But today, it's the lousy conduct of DFAT employees and insurance providers that has recently come to my attention. They have let one of my constituents down, Mr Wayne Weller, who I met with some time ago about this subject. And it's important that I put this on the public record to bring this attention to the government and also to Australians, and also to give Wayne a voice in this place. So a few months ago, Wayne contacted my office in urgent need of assistance. It was his last point of call after reaching out to DFAT and his insurance provider to no avail. While on a family holiday to Bali, Wayne's son suddenly fell ill and was admitted into hospital with life-threatening complications. Wayne immediately contacted his insurance provider, Sydney-based Insure and Go. I want to note that in this House, Insure and Go, only to be told that all procedures required approvals before funds could be released. It meant that critical treatments, including blood tests, pain medication, x-rays and surgery, all of which you would expect under comprehensive travel insurance, would not be covered until the provider granted approval. A process that could take anywhere between 8 and 36 hours, crucial hours, time that could make the difference between life and death. And Wayne and his family had to wait a dangerously long time for approval for those procedures. And this isn't good enough, and it's not the standard that Australians expect. Now, at the same time, Wayne and his family's 30-day tourist visas were close to expiring. Now, the penalty for overstaying visas in Bali are a fee of $300 per person per day, with the risk of imprisonment for those who breach their stay. Now, desperate for assistance, Wayne contacted the Australian Consulate General in Bali. Any Australian travelling overseas has the right to access consular assistance, and they have every right to expect it to be good and timely. And it's not much, I don't think it's much at all to accept correct, up-to-date information from our officials abroad. Instead, Wayne says he was met with untimely and unhelpful advice from DFAT. Wayne was told to show up at the airport, cash in hand, and expect to pay a fine, unless he was lucky enough to find a sympathetic immigration official who would help him out and let him off the hook. Again, this was lousy advice from Australian officials who should have known better. Now, I can't begin to imagine the distress Wayne must have felt upon receiving this advice, let alone in these circumstances. It was very, very expensive, the healthcare and also potentially having to pay his way for additional time in Bali to be with his son. So it was this troubling encounter that led Wayne to my office. My staff suggested that Wayne contact the Indonesian consulate in Perth to seek further advice about visa extensions. The Indonesian consulate responded promptly, advising that extensions were easy to obtain and only $150. And while my team was happy to assist Wayne and relieved that the matter was resolved, it raises the question, how did it get to this stage? How is it that the Indonesian consulate could assist Wayne from Perth, but the Australian consulate in Bali was incapable of providing the same simple yet crucial advice at a time of great distress for the Weller family when they needed it? It's important to note that the Wellers did everything right before travelling. They invested in comprehensive travel insurance and they were let down. And when they hit trouble, they contacted the Australian consulate, who also let them down. In the words of Wayne himself, and all Wayne wanted at the end of this was his voice recorded in this house. Wayne's voice. He said, "Every Australian agency that could possibly help failed, and my family was left on its own and abandoned." Now, Deputy Speaker, thousands of Australians are travelling and continue to travel to Bali. According to Perth-based Indonesia Institute, more than 1.2 million Australians travelled to Bali pre-pandemic in 2019. I'm sure most believe the Australian consulate would do the right thing when they need it most, and sadly, this does not seem to be the case. Thankfully, Adam has been transported to Brisbane for further treatment, but he still faces a long road ahead to recovery, and I wish him all the very best. No Australian should feel abandoned by representatives from their own country in a time of need. And so my message today from this House, from Wayne, on behalf of Wayne and proudly as his representative, DFAT, do your jobs. Do your jobs. There are many who do their jobs, but for those who failed on that day, do your jobs and look after Australians when in need. I want to acknowledge the Indonesian consulate in Perth. Great friends. They did their job, they acted promptly, they helped the family in distress, and on behalf of Wayne, we are grateful for your assistance. So, finally, to insurance companies, if you let Australians down, we will name you in this place, as I have done. Wayne, I hope you feel satisfied that I have raised your voice in this place and warned other Australians who are travelling to Bali to make sure that they get their affairs in order before they go and that they know who to contact when they find themselves in a similar situation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the grievance be noted, and I call the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to stand in this chamber, a little bit higher than the other one in the building, for the airing of the grievances. Always reminded of Frank Costanza's great line, "I've got a lot of problems with you people, now you're going to hear about them." In the past few weeks, however, my electorate of Hawke has played host to a number of outstanding community events. Just 2 weeks ago, I informed the chamber of the tremendous return of Melton's Djerriwarrh Festival. Since then, more communities across Hawke have got in on the action. The weekend before last, my hometown of Ballan welcomed the return of the Ballan Autumn Festival, hosted this time, of course, in spring. The township was so keen to come together again that we simply couldn't wait until the leaves turned brown. English Street was alive and bustling with activity, as almost 10,000 people enjoyed live music, art and even a bit of magic. There were pony rides for the kids and, of course, the traditional woodchop competition. I didn't win. Traders and community groups cooked up a storm, feeding the hungry locals, while talented craftspeople showed off their wares. The highlight, however, was no doubt the bloomin' marvellous Grand Street Parade. I was honoured to be a member of the judging panel, alongside the local state member for Eureka, Michaela Settle, and would like to congratulate some of the winners. Mooneyong Primary School, who won the Mayor's Trophy, the Community Bank Ballan branch for Best Commercial Entry, St Patrick's Primary School for Best School Entry, and there were many others. The Ballan Autumn Festival wouldn't be possible without a dedicated team of volunteers, led by President Kevin Harper. I would like to extend my thanks to Kevin and the whole team, as well as the schools and community groups for their enthusiastic participation in the street parade and the local business sponsors who made the event possible. Despite the raging success in spring, the Ballan Autumn Festival will resume regular programming in March next year, and I know that our community can't wait for another fantastic event. Deputy Speaker, the Bacchus Marsh Strawberry and Cherry Festival returned for the first time since 2019, as our community marked the start of the strawberry and cherry season. The festival kicked off on Friday night with local families enjoying carnival rides and food trucks, before 150 market stalls set up shop along Main Street on Saturday, selling their incredible local goods and produce. I joined local state member for Eureka, Michaela Settle, at those markets, chatting to locals who were thrilled to see the return of this great festival. Despite the recent cooler and much wetter weather, strawberries and cherries were also available at the festival from local growers, while local cafes, restaurants, food trucks and stalls provided much-needed sustenance for festival goers. The festival featured fantastic entertainment, with the live music hub hosting some incredibly talented local musicians, and the kids were thrilled to see face painters and the petting zoo. The highlight of the festival was, of course, the fireworks spectacular on Saturday night, a wonderful celebration of the return of such a significant community event. Thank you to the hundreds of local businesses and traders who contributed to the event, as well as the event organisers for putting together such an outstanding festival. Deputy Speaker, the success of the Bacchus Marsh Strawberry and Cherry Festival demonstrates the strength of community spirit across our electorate of Hawke and makes me incredibly proud to represent them in this place. Deputy Speaker, I recently had the privilege of attending the Sikh Sports Day at Khalsa Shayuni in Plumpton in my electorate of Hawke. Hosted every year on the anniversary of the birth of Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the family sports event brings together the very strong Sikh community in the area to celebrate this significant occasion. This year, the festival featured a huge range of activities, including traditional sports, a demonstration of Gatka, a form of martial arts long practiced by Sikh people, as well as athletics, tug of war, and a push-up and pull-up challenge. The kids participated in competitions to tie the best patka and dastar, the two forms of Sikh turbans, as well as hotly contested trivia on the legacy of Guru Nanak. I was honoured to be invited to this important and impressive celebration of Sikh culture. My thanks to Avtar, Gadarshan, Sima, and all those who contributed to the organisation on the day. I look forward to joining them all again soon. Deputy Speaker, with my remaining time, I'd like to discuss the issue of GP shortages affecting the people in my electorate of Hawke. Unfortunately, many people in my electorate face significant challenges in accessing bulk billed or affordable GP appointments. In fact, after 9 long years of cuts and neglect of Medicare by the former Liberal government, it's never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor than it is now. The former government froze the Medicare rebate for 6 years, ripping billions of dollars out of primary health care and causing gap fees to skyrocket. Recently, in Melton, one of the largest bulk billing GP clinics had to end bulk billing and begin charging patients for GP appointments. This was not a product of greed, but rather necessity in order to maintain some form of primary health care in that facility. Unfortunately, as costs have risen and the Medicare rebate has remained frozen, operating bulk billing clinics has become increasingly unworkable without some kind of other external subsidy. Whilst the cause of this issue is a prolonged lack of financial support from the previous Liberal government, the impact is far more personal than merely financial. The inaccessibility of primary health care can have long-term significant impacts on the personal well-being of people in communities like mine. It puts more pressure on our hospital and ambulance systems and results in worse health outcomes by denying people the chance at earlier medical intervention. It denies people access to preventative medicine and exposes them to an increased risk of developing both chronic and acute medical conditions. Sadly, there is no quick fix to addressing such a prolonged period of mismanagement. People in Hawke, and indeed across the country, will continue to pay the price for the Liberals' healthcare freeze for a time to come. However, like the great Labor governments of the past, the Albanese Labor government is getting on with the job of cleaning up the mess left to us by those opposite. This started with the appointment of the Strengthening Medicare Task Force, which has several key objectives, including improved patient access to general practice and greater patient affordability. The task force is backed by the $750 million Strengthening Medicare Fund to enable the delivery of the task force's highest priority improvements. The Albanese Labor government is also committed to delivering 50 new urgent care clinics, including one in Sunbury, in our community, in Hawke. The clinics will provide high-quality care for urgent but non-life-threatening health issues and will be open with extended business hours 7 days a week to provide the care people need with no out-of-pocket costs. Like many other sectors of our economy, healthcare is facing a skills shortage, particularly in primary healthcare. That's why the Albanese Labor government will work to ensure that GP clinics can attract and retain qualified healthcare workers. That's also why I will fight for Hawke specifically to see improvements in this space. Whilst I would like to see an immediate improvement in the accessibility of primary healthcare for our community in Hawke, it is important that the government ensures the longevity and sustainability of our improvements by taking considered and well thought out action. I welcome and commend the efforts of Minister Mark Butler in fixing the healthcare system that was crippled by the neglect of the former Liberal government. Labor built Medicare and we will always protect it.
There being no further grievances, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the member for Corangamone.
I move that the Federation Chamber now adjourn.
Menzies.
I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those in favour? All those against? The Federation Chamber stands adjourned.